Good morning, everybody. I forgot to change ingest servers again. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, a few things. Update today command. Hey, there. We're Botland online again. Update changes, if I can manage to do that. A couple of things. One is that I figured out how to zoom out on my cameras a bit. So we should be back to what it used to look like, where there's more that I can fit of myself in the frame instead of it being zoomed in on me. Hey, Don. I'm doing well. I feel like I'm starting today with better attitude than I started yesterday. I think it was just difficult because of how much extra time I put in on Monday. Alright, so anyway, there's this, and then there was something else I wanted to share. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, we'll just stick with that then. Okay. Hey, and Perry. Editcom today, Wednesday. Adam is going to quickly finish up the commit from yesterday so that he can upload Plumber. After that, we'll put the game online and edit this command again. Okay, so finishing the commit from yesterday. This was the one where I started to work on replay stuff and never actually finished it. Fact. Yeah, and I talked to Jason. He gave me a suggestion for this, but I don't think the suggestion's complete yet. Well, I asked a question at least. Let me see if he responded. Suggesting that one option is to have X of Y total bots place floating bot tag. Hey G240. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll check this in. Hang on a second. I was apparently watching Twitch and never finished with the ad that I'd started. All right. So yeah, replay kind of gets in the way of this, so I need to change that still, but I think the UI is usable at least. I think it's worth putting this version online. Maybe not. What else changed? Let me see that. Hey Pixeltrist. Hashtags and titles do nothing now, right? Can only search by communities. Links go to channels in undefined. Really? I actually don't know about this. Let me mute this and... How do you even get to... browse. So... Yeah, there's still browse creative. I guess this doesn't work anymore though. No, it seems to still do something. Oh, this goes to communities. Whoa, you're right. So wait, are people in game development still using hashtags? A hashtag. Hashtag. Hashtags. I guess old habits die hard. Yeah, Pixeltrist, I'll have to... Let's take a look. Huh. Yeah, I guess I'll get rid of the hashtags. Oh, they're not the same? I don't know. I'll write this down for later then. I'll have to check this out. But hey, Orange, hey, Puka, hey, Vito, and Echo. Well, unusual. So one of the things I wanted to see is how much changed. Is it worth putting this version online or no? It might not be. If this is the only thing that changed, then the answer is no, and I'll just move on. Improve login UI. This is not online right now. Apparently not. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Okay, we'll just upload the game how it was. How'd you become a member of Indie Game Dev Team on Twitch? Hardly Difficult reached out to me, and I just said, yeah, sure, put me on the team. Hey, Digi. Well, Orangey, that's better than not having any work at all. Remember when that was your situation? I say this in jest for those who don't know about Orangey. Alright. I'm just updating this off screen. So I just created, hey Pickle, I just created the servers. Now I need to provision them. This part definitely could be automated. Yeah, shows you're overqualified. Maybe you shouldn't set a high bar. Oh man, these stupid frame drops are still happening. Alright, maybe we should... Probably not today. I don't like restarting my stream because then I end up with 2 VODs. But change ingest server again. Or bitrate. Or use the old OBS. Man, I don't know if this is due to the new OBS. But it is really frustrating. There's some like bandwidth thing that I can check. Where is that? Change bitrate to 200. Stream health. Yeah, the bitrate drops every once in a while. Can I show this over here? Yeah, so you can see this here. The bitrate does occasionally drop. It says excellent in general, no recommended changes. You should run a test stream using the special streaming key the Twitch inspector gives you. It makes you stream while not appearing. Yeah, I'll try that later. Darn it, I saw that yesterday and I was like, no, this all looks fine. I won't worry about it. But no, that's a good suggestion. Okay, so as far as putting Botland online again goes, we go into convenience, we type Ansible all. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to share. I started trying to use the Ergodox keyboard again. So when I first got it, it's no longer behind me right now, so I'd have to show you a picture of it at this point. So it's that keyboard that I've shown every once in a while. When I first got this, it was just so difficult for me to use that my words per minute were terrible. I couldn't program on it. I didn't know where most of the keys were. Well, I tried again after that, maybe once or twice, and I kept trying to just really focus on improving. Then I just stopped for about a week or two. And I picked it up again last night, and I'm like, I now know where the keys are, even though I haven't been using it. And this is what's really perplexing. I was talking to my wife about this too. I said, it turns out everything I have an inclination to do seems to be wrong, right? I thought, I need to practice at this more, when it turns out that just staying away from it for a while actually helped out. And it's the same sort of like, I don't know, every once in a while I find it happens with time and work a lot. Like, hey, I'm not caught up on work. I should probably work more. No, you shouldn't. You should actually work less probably, because maybe that means that you're burned out. Well, at least that's my own internal monologue. For other people, maybe it does mean you should work more. All right, changes we're not gonna have to update, so we'll just update this. So edit com today, Wednesday. Adam is currently working on. Actually, I still need to clean up this commit. is going to be bouncing between some UI tasks and fixing bugs. The title of the stream is a reference to having to fix memory leaks today. Now I gotta do this thing again. Okay. Yeah, so this is still in the process of putting everything online. I'll give this thing another 10 seconds, then I'll just kill it and start it again. Alright, well, as promised, I'm killing it. So, Ansible Matchmaker. There. Alright, then we can start up our game server. There. Vita. I say it to myself as Wednesday, which I think a lot of people probably do. No, because Plumber's fixed leaks, Hideo. That is going to be what I'm working on. I do need to finish up what I'd started, though, the other day. Huh, this still isn't working. Usually the second time it works. Well, we'll give it a chance. Hey, there it goes. Okay, cool. So I'm not too concerned about whether this is going to work then. We can just close out of this. Yeah, because I was running in a screen. All right, great. So let's try to clean up the commit from yesterday. Yeah, I gotta get... The taxes thing went okay, I guess. It did take like 2 hours for me to settle that stuff, and I ended the stream about 2 hours early, so that worked out pretty well. But then when I was done with that, I'm like, that's it. I'm not doing anything else tonight, because I made the mistake Monday of doing like 4 hours of extra work. We might be able to... No, I shouldn't start anything new today. Okay, so yeah, let's go take a look. Where I left off was in getting these things at the bottom to work. And what I didn't know how to do would be where to put this text. So, like I said, Jason gave me a suggestion. The problem with putting it here is that there's no real space in the actual UI. So there's this 0 of 2 bots placed, and you can see the replay button is just getting on top of it. That shouldn't be there eventually. So it says 0 of 2 bots placed. There's no way for you to know how many you place in the entire game. So I guess we're just going to leave that text up here for now. Hey, Shellbot. Yeah, I'm going to work on memory leaks in a bit. Okay, so I think... What does it say? Placed out of... Yeah. So the number you placed in the phase isn't needed here anymore. And that means that we can change the top of this to 0. We're going to need to change that completely eventually. We might be able to... Well, let me think about that a little bit more. Also, what do we have here? Numbots placed in phase. Numbots placeable in phase. Is current phase number used here at all? No. Replay % complete probably is. This stuff won't be anymore. This is not. And that's pretty much it. Hey, Jew. So now when we refresh, we'll have just one bit of text floating there at the top. Whoops, hang on. Okay, there we go. So one bit of text floating at the top. And what Jason suggested is I move that from here down to here. So that it looks like this. So let me just, whoops. Let me shrink this browser a little bit so that you can see. So yeah, this would still say X of Y bots placed. And actually the way that he mocked this up here is that we could, oh, maybe he did misunderstand. Yeah, maybe we just put the phase in here, like 1 of 4 placed. And then we put the total over at the bottom somewhere. As a potential player, do I even need to know how many bots I can place during the whole game? I can play phase by phase anyway. Yeah, you do, because you might say, oh, I want to put down as few bots as possible in the first phase. How many will I be able to put down in the next phase? So if you only know, well, first of all, the way the game works is you can place X per phase, you can place Y per game. So let's say you're allowed 4 per phase, but only 10 per game. Then you can place combos like 4-4-2 or 3-3-4 or something like that. So you can have, I don't know how many different combos there are here, and it's not really worth figuring out, but you can have a bunch of different combos, and you might want to decide, hey, it's best for me to put down more in the beginning and less at the end, or less in the beginning and more at the end, or try to balance it out. And if you don't know how many you can place per game, then you can't figure that out, because all you'll see is, oh, I can place 4 per phase. And then you place 4 and you place 4, and it's like, wait, now I can only place 2? What if I wanted to place the 2 at the beginning? In Digi, this layout is, so the only real thing to focus on here is this text and this text, which are the only things that are really in question. The reason I don't really like this layout that much is because now this is covering the arena. So let's say there was a bot underneath here. Like, you'd have this text on top of it. So I'm not sure if I like this. Does the total number change during my life in botland? It changes based on the defender. Hey, Super Ram. So that's one of the things that's mentioned in the design doc. Let's see. This. Yeah. So as a defender, you're allowed a certain number of bots, and then the attacker scales to the level of the defender. So if at level 1 or 0, you're allowed to place like 1 bot as an attacker, up to 3 per game. But at level 10, you're allowed to place like 7 bots as an attacker, up to 21 per game. So yeah, that number does change. So it's not like we just teach you once and then you know it forever. But I see what you're getting at there. And that would be a more elegant solution if it were that way. Yeah, so I think we'd have to move this here. You know what, I'll just send a message to Jason really fast about this. So is that we can only fit the round X. Sorry, I gotta type this out on the other screen. So let's see. Hey, Adne, can you do a short link for the above? Yeah, I could. I think I'm the only person who's linking that in, but I'll write that down. So, okay, I gotta make a picture to send this to Jason. Let me get this here. Okay, so I could put the phase stats inside the progress bar box like you have in your latest picture, and instead put the game stats where I currently have 0 of 2 bots placed. That apparently didn't paste. What? Why is paste not working? That's super weird. I think Slack just broke on me. No, I can't paste anymore. I can type, I just can't paste this text. What is going on? Copy, paste as plain text? What? What? When did copy and paste break? Alright, I gotta type this whole thing out again. Inside the progress bar box, like you have in your latest picture, and instead put the game stats where I currently have 0 of 2 bots placed. Wow. Can't copy paste. Hey Nara. Welcome back. You are, as I remember from yesterday, the rip everything person. Rip code, rip gamer. Hey Sound of Gaming. That wasn't an Atom problem. I think it's on my clipboard. Yeah, it is. It's a Slack problem. Weird. We're in some kind of bizarro world where copy paste doesn't work. Okay, well there were a bunch of other things to fix here. And then eventually, like I said, get to memory leaks. Oh yeah, by the way, is Botland online? That's pretty important. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so these changes, and then memory leaks. Yeah, this'll take a decent amount of time to still fix. Because the other thing I need to do is put buttons over here. This will turn into play and pause. Okay, so yeah, there are a couple of things. Add the play, pause, speed buttons. And then when replay would show up, allow for clicking on the phase buttons to replay what happened. Oh, cool, Sound of Gaming. Yeah, good luck. Circular part of the phase progress. Okay. Let me see. So right now we have just this button. And actually, oh man, we won't be able to fit these the way I've got this now. Yeah, this won't work. Oh, hang on a second. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. It's actually too hot. Hey, Bon. Hey, EJ. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so one of the things I could think about here is we just put these up and down buttons here anyway. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of space. I also don't know how hard it would be to hit these on a phone or to have a plus button just kind of floating there. What did GitHub do? What did GitHub do? Man. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Man. This was supposed to be used. Yeah, I don't know if I can do this. I don't think the current UI is going to fit here. So this is what the mock-up had. Where is it showing for everything? Yeah. So in the mock-up, the plus and minus buttons actually did just go into the arena. I could do that. I feel like there's going to be a tiny amount of space to click, but let's start with that, I suppose. Okay. So we need to know whether we're replaying. I guess we change this. Because right now, when you click replay, what's happening? Enter replay mode as attacker. Yeah, we're going to have to change this. Figure out what the game phase should be. Yeah, jump to specific known game phase -1. Thanks, Paul. So we need to allow this to specify a game phase? Because then in the replay UI itself, let's take a look at that. There is on jump to specific replay. Oh, where is this defined? The replay HUD is coming from in-game. So on jump to specific replay phase, it is this. Yeah. Okay, I gotta make sure both these things are happening correctly. So this, and then jump to specific phase. So this calls setup arena. Wait, this isn't right. Oh man. Okay. Get all serialized entities. Okay, so there is something specific here. But it's based on whether or not the replay is already started. I don't like that. EJ. We could just do both of these. Hey, Skynet. Okay, so when we're not in replay mode, clicking the button takes you to this. Hit better master. Antimatter tape. That command is gone, pawn. When we are in replay mode, clicking the... Actually, there's another thing I need to do. When we are in replay mode, clicking button called this. What's the deal, Puka? And no, Puka, you won't, but eventually I'm hoping I can fix that somehow. Eventually we need to store everything by user ID. It's going to be very annoying to do that. Which one of these to use based on whether we're already in replay mode as an attacker? I could make a particular, yeah. I could say enter replay mode or jump to specific phase. Hey, Ski Dog. Yeah, it's too bad that these changes need to be made. Yeah, Puka, I can eventually try to work that out. Like I said, I can't make any promises, and I might switch away from Phantom Bot. All I wanted was time tracking and points tracking. Yeah. Okay, so is replaying as attacker. We have reducer replay is replaying as attacker. State. This would be store.getState. So if replay reducer dot is replaying as attacker, we say this dot jump to game phase to jump to. Otherwise, this dot enter replay mode of attacker. There. Yeah, I know. I know, EJ. Okay, so this gets passed to in-game now. And then when you press one of those buttons, so this needs to be passed into game progress. I know that's a super long function name. And then finally, depending on which phase you press, which would be in here, this dot props dot this with the phase number. I could just do it this way. Why not use A, B, and C? And yeah, EJ, I do know about that. I just need to figure out, when I get to it, I need to figure out what are base textures and when should I clean them up. Alright, So this function's never used. Phase progress needs a way for me to use it. I could put it really on the entire progress bar, like this. We just say on click equals this dot props dot. Okay, let's try that out. Instant permaban. Oh, that's not correct. Clicking phase 1 needs to take us to phase 1. So I guess we just do this. Which really, yeah, we could just change this. Fine. Fine. Game phase to jump to. Otherwise, num game phase is -1. I think I did this wrong. I'm pretty sure I did this wrong. If something is undefined and we say default to A5, no, that does work. But if we say 5A, yeah. So I guess it doesn't really matter which one we use. It'll just take the defined one. Oh wait, no. I see what we have to do to test this. We have to do this. A equals 6, and then this would still be 5. Yeah, so A needs to come first, so that's correct. Hey, John Coot. You made a deal with the devil. Uh-huh. No, Magnetic Bind, hey. I was actually just thinking before the stream about how it is, I think, your resub time. I was saying also, and you probably weren't here to hear this, but I tried out the Ergodox again, and I do like it more after taking a break from it, because now I've had some time to let the key positions settle in my head. So yeah, I think I'll maybe do a stream sometime where I start to use it. It would probably be a dedicated stream to just learning the keyboard though, not to like botland or anything. Okay, so now we can just get rid of this entirely. This incredibly silly function. Let's just comment this out for now. Which means everything else is going to fail, huh? And we can't just comment things that way, huh? Well, that's nice. So then this gets commented out too. And it gets replaced with this much better function. And then game progress has the same thing happen on enter replay mode. So now this looks better. We can get rid of this now. Cool. And then phase progress calls the same thing when you click this. And that's it. We should be good. Except for there is a problem in... Where exactly? Oh, you can't do things that way? Okay, fine. Well then, let's go clean it up. There. Does that build? No. Because I commented it out twice. Where was the second place? Here. Got it. Yeah, thanks for resubbing, Magnetic Bind. By the way, have you decided, are you buying a Switch? I think the answer was no the last time I talked to you. Alright, so check this out. Now, when you click phase 1, and there's no indication that you can click it, but when you click phase 1, it brings you into replaying phase 1 of 2. So I hit cancel, and I click phase 2, and it says replaying phase 2 of 2. And I click this, and I don't know what happens. Yeah, that's wrong. Replaying phase 3 of 2. That is not okay. So here's what we'll do. If this number is too high, we will math.min game phase to jump to num game phase. So max allowed game phase equals, or latest game phase, I think we should say. Make sure you don't jump beyond the number that we've recorded. Thanks for 6 months of entertainment. You're welcome, I guess. Huh. Still dropping frames like crazy. Okay, so we click this button and now it'll just bring us to the latest one. That's good. So we can jump between them here by pressing these. I don't think this is the most obvious that you can use this way. And we probably shouldn't show placement stats at all because you're in replay mode at this point. Oh, it's gonna be something. So let's say we didn't. 6 months of emotes, yeah. Don't even display the phase if it didn't exist. No, I think it's important for you to know as a new player. So these are some more subtle UI cues that as a player who understands botland, you might take advantage of or take for granted. When you're starting out, knowing that there's going to be a phase 1 and a phase 2 and a phase 3 is pretty helpful because you'll finish a phase and you'll know, oh, I still have more phases left over. So if we just didn't show this phase, I think you're losing that cue, and then I think the UI is changing over the course of time. Grayed out or have a cancel icon when you... Oh, you're talking about for replays. Oh, I think I see what you guys are saying. Okay, so right now I'm actually in a match. And when I click these buttons, what's happening is I'm able to look back at what did happen in the match. So here's the scenario. All right, let's say I haven't played in a day. So chances are I forgot what happened altogether when I signed off. If I was in a match when I signed off a day ago, when I sign back in, I'll still be in that match. But I'll have forgotten what happened here. In fact, actually, take a look at that UI. It says, you started this match 20 hours ago. So when I click attack, I'm like, okay, I can see a lot of bots here, and I clearly didn't win, and I can only place 2. Like, what did I do? And that's when you'll go down here, and you'll be like, oh, that's what I did. I marched to my death. So maybe I shouldn't do that this time. And then you'll exit the replay, and you'll be like, all right, so that means I got to put these down now. And yeah, new title screen. I don't know if I can show you that without turning this off. Yeah. So yeah, here it is, monadic bind. The bot is too large. I need to fix some problems with that. But it is still randomized. So yeah. Well, thanks for you. You having fun at school? So yesterday's stats, by the way, were 252 games. This had gone up from the day before, but I think it's because of the view count. Yeah, well, Monadic Bind, I've been working on this UI at the bottom, so you can see this looks a lot better than it used to. You actually have real buttons here with icons. The upgrade thing works. There was a progress bar there too. When you go into attack, I've been working on this stuff. So now as you place bots, you can see this bar fill up. And we need to make this look more like this UI. So it's a little bit challenging. We can go get rid of that replay button now. But whether or not you can enter replay mode needs to be set. Your tax dollars are hard at work, paying for me to sit in the library and watch Botland. Antimatter Tape is having a conversation with himself right now about the fancy ramen that he made. Okay, so disable forfeit button isn't even used here, is it? Oh, it's used here. It's not used then use here, disable replay button. And whether or not you're currently playing a replay. These things need to be passed to game progress and replay percent complete. I don't know, this is kind of overloaded here now. No, I agree with that monadic bind. Or at least they're the most, they appeal to the widest amount of people. Because the back end changes, I think people in this stream can appreciate sometimes, but yeah, I think the general player would not. A nice video, what are you going to do for it? Yeah, frame drops are going crazy. What if I could just lower my bitrate as I'm streaming? Is that something that works? I don't think it would even matter though. Yeah, I might be able to do that. But yeah, I don't think it would matter because I think when my bitrate drops, it's dropping to like a quarter of what it's supposed to be. And I'm not going to lower it by that much. So is currently playing. Replay percent complete. And disable replay button. Okay, so this function just shouldn't work when this is disabled. Yeah, I don't know about this. And the progress, where do we show that? I definitely have to talk to Jason about this. Yeah. Okay, well, in the meantime, we can try to get this as close to what he envisioned as we can. So the whole progress and disabling this and whatever else. We'll pass in is currently playing. We'll pass in disable replay button. Hey, sick. That's a. I'm gonna be fixing memory leaks today. All right. So this on click shouldn't even work. Enter replay mode. If not this dot props dot disable replay button, then this dot props dot on enter replay mode. I thought Jason was no longer involved, or is he still like a wingman? You're thinking of Ian, I believe. Ian is no longer involved. So Ian was the co-founder and game designer. Jason is the UX designer and sort of art lead. What is this? Oh, unexpected token. Whoops. My bad. Okay, so now when you're playing out a game, this will be disabled correctly. Style the phase buttons to have cursor pointer, and you can click them. Yeah, it's not super obvious. Also, this says 3 of 2 bots placed. How did that happen? I think we shouldn't show placement stats when you're playing a replay, or when you're even in replay mode. Is currently playing. Yeah, it's more, are we in replay mode? Yeah, so there's is replaying and there's is in replay mode. I think there might be an easier way to do all this eventually. So is in replay mode would go here. And then phase progress would not render placement stats. So if the game isn't finished, So return false, otherwise return, yeah, okay, good. Yeah, G240, that blue and red circle that you're talking about is the edit and attack buttons. So you're seeing these, and the reason they're getting rendered a little bit weirdly is because they're stretching to fit all of the screen space that they have available. So I think it's like one of these values doesn't even exist, like this entire thing maybe. Well, there's something that's resizing it so that it's just laid out wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure how to get the page to do that. But yeah, that's what's happening. Okay, so this still says 3 of 2. Let's see if it's fixed. So 0 of 2. Yeah, and then we just don't even render them. Alright, that's not bad. We need a way to exit this mode. I guess here is how we do that. Oops. Alright, well that doesn't matter. Sound of Gaming, I know this is very trite, but you shouldn't be nervous. It's... yeah. It's something that really, I don't think any amount of advice is gonna matter right now if you are nervous. So I'll just say this. After you've interviewed at a bunch of places, you'll eventually learn what people expect and how you should feel about your progress and everything else to the point where you won't be as nervous going into ones after that. All right, 3 of 2 bots placed. This is... oh, wait a second. This is like incredibly wrong. This isn't just wrong. How did this happen? Wow, yeah, that's a weird bug. And this leads me to believe that this was probably possible even on the production version of the game right now. Let's go take a look. So if we click attack, yeah, we can get this to happen too. So we put down bots here. Okay. Alright, let's take a look. So we're purposely going to try to lose this. And then... now here's what we do. We go back to replay mode. And then we exit it. No, that didn't do it. Why isn't zooming to mouse? I just haven't coded that yet. Well, good luck, Sound of Gaming. I think you'll do fine. Huh. Is it because we're jumping to a particular replay? A particular phase in here? I don't know what's doing this. Maybe because... oh, yeah, no, never mind. I think I do know what's doing this. Yeah. Okay. I got it. I know what to do. It's this. We only want to set this stuff up if we weren't already replaying as an attacker. Okay, so we just put all of this, no, not even all of that, just this. Well, and this isn't even really needed, is it? It's really just this. So only serialize entities if we're not in replay mode. There, that should fix this. So now you go into replay mode and you exit it and you don't have 3 bots placed. In fact, it should keep whichever bots you had. So I have 2 of these jackhammer bots. I enter replay mode. I play out some of it, let's say. I hit exit. We have the 2 jackhammer bots. Perfect. Okay, great. So that's fine. So add in the play, pause, and speed buttons. So when we're in replay mode, let's try changing this. Is in replay mode. Then we need to know whether you're currently playing the replay too, though. So that's being passed in. This isn't even needed here. Oh, yes it is. That's being passed into here, but it's not being passed on. Okay. So here's what we do. We change this. But if we're in replay mode, we'll change it to just anything else. I don't know what. Add. There. Just to see if this is going to work. Alright, see you, Monetic Bind. I wonder if you end up looking at the clock every day and you're like, you know, I don't have to leave yet, but it's 9:41. I'm going to say I have to leave. That way Adam memorizes the time, 9:41. Hey, that worked. Okay. Cool. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for the resub. Thanks again for the keyboard. Sound of Gaming is taking my good luck. Alright, so rendering these icons. This needs to be this needs to be totally different. So we need to say this dot render action icon, render replay icon, something like that. I don't know. Let's try that out. How did the phone call go? They went about how I expected. I talked to the Washington state government yesterday after being on hold for like 25 minutes. That part sucked. But I talked to a really helpful guy. He gave me all the information I needed. I printed something out. I got to mail something in. I got to mail some money in. And then I got in touch sort of with my accountant. So that stuff is at least in progress. Pawn, I've met Monetic Bind in real life. The last thing we did was eat Thai food together. So this script is actually really advanced if it knows how to eat Thai food. It passed the Turing test with flying colors. Alright, render replay icon. So here, ret div. So I'm going to put some styles on here. This is going to come back to bite me later, as we all know. Display flex. Flex direction column. Cool. So in the case that you are not in replay mode, then we just render an icon. In the case you are in replay mode, we're going to render multiple icons. So this is where we'd say const icon style equals flex auto flex grow 0, probably like that. And then here we'll say style equals that. So we need just any random icons here. Let's put add, we'll put delete, and we'll put, that's not how things work. Add, delete, and exit to app. Just any styles that I remember here, that's fine. Then let's try this out. Fatality exports aren't too bad, but what's the problem you're having? Because I think this ES6 guide does a pretty good job at showing how this works. So if you want to export a function, export right before the function. If you want to export a variable, export right before the variable. If you want only one thing exported from the class, you can put default in it, and that's what's shown here, export default. And then it shows the import syntax that corresponds to it. A3D extended. How's coding going? It's going okay so far. I'm just working on UI stuff. Yeah, it's bad for pawn. Ooh, I screwed up. Icon is not defined. Where am I trying to use icon? Oh, up here. Whoops. What did this used to be? It's just some random thing, I think. I don't think it was intentional. Test. Oh, there we go. There's like a diamond shape in here. Change history. Let's go with that. Change history. Hey, Kai Tai. So if you only want to export one thing, you use default? Yeah. Okay, so we have some triangles showing up here. And then we click one of the phases and it changes to the 3 icons. Yeah. Alright. This is where it gets a little bit trickier because I gotta actually learn how to do this. So it's this particular span. If we have flex grow 0, no, that's not gonna help us. I don't want this expanding all the way down to the bottom. Huh. Oh, cool. Okay, fatality. That's good. Okay, let me think about this. This is the div that goes horizontally. So basically what I'm trying to achieve here is a layout like this. So I have, well, I guess we'll just draw it like this. I have a box here, and then I have 3 buttons. And what I'm getting instead, that I don't want, is this. So this box is improperly getting sized to be the whole space. What service is Botland bought from? It's Phantom Bot. And hey, Soul Sorcerers, how'd your stream go? Set a height for the box? Yeah, that would work. Yeah. That does work. And then I need to know what height this thing wants to be. What is it before I even do that? I want it to be whatever height this is. But here it was just figured out from the size of the text. I wonder if there's a way to do it that way. Yeah, would there be any way to do this without setting a height? Because like I said, when I'm outside of this, this already just has a height that it figured out for itself. So if I were to increase the font size, it would just increase the height. Font size 1.5 EM, for example. Oh, it doesn't just increase the height. Something else is dictating that. Huh. Hey, J. Louise. I'm doing well. How are you? Pretty tired, so not great. Oh man, yeah, I know what those streams are like. Also, I think I need to change from Mongo to MySQL. Yeah, I think if you wrote your database abstraction layer correctly, it shouldn't be too hard to change, but it's kind of hard to abstract out a relational database or a NoSQL database. Zechariah says, if you don't want things to go off screen, then maybe do overflow hidden. No, that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. It's really just as simple as this. I want this. This is the layout I want, and this is the layout I'm getting. So what SuperRAM said, I could just set a height on this thing so that it doesn't go beyond this size. And that does work, but then I need to know what the height is. But before I'm in replay mode, I don't need to set that. What's the best way to convert HTML, JS, and CSS stuff in the iPhone and Android app? It depends on what you're doing. You can look into things like Cordova and PhoneGap. I haven't used these, but I can still link them to you. And there are other things too. What are the other? What else is there? Anyway, yeah, you can look at those at least. That's good, Jay Louise. Yeah, we could just set a height. Oh no, I SuperRAM, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I could see what the height is if I wanted to. Yeah, it says 27 there. Excuse me. It says 27 there, 29 there. So yeah, the height's about 29. I could set that. What I'm trying to figure out though is that this particular div didn't need a height set on it. Is there a way for me to get it that way too? And yeah, there have been 1,100 dropped frames so far. So drop frames haven't stopped. And I think this coincides with me switching to OBS Studio. Man. See, this is where I really just need to learn CSS better. Well, for now, we could just do it that way. We could just say this has a max height of 29 pixels. But then this is, no, there's got to be a better way, because I don't want this to be contained inside of this. I don't think I even want this to be a flex box. Yeah, I don't think this is right. And Forgirl, what's the problem? Man, I'd love to just have someone else do all these stylings for me. If only I could afford people. Okay, so what we could do is we could try to do this. This particular span, we return something like that. So instead of this, we change it to this. Let's just comment this out for now. So we're going to have a div with position relative. And then these will be, this will be position absolute top negative 50. And then here it'll be the opposite, so just 50. And then this will have nothing set on it. Let's try that. Simply trying to get to read a file in React, but there seems to be some sort of conflict of importing some file reading modules and Webpack or Babel, I don't know. Oh, so for grow, yeah. What you're probably seeing is, so you're probably trying to do something like this, fs equals require fs, and then maybe you're trying to read a file, maybe read file sync. So here's what's happening, and this is why it's important to understand what all your tools are doing. Webpack sees this and it says, hey, I know how to go get the code for require. Oh, but wait a second, this is the file system module. You'll be running this in a browser. You won't have access to the file system. Otherwise, you could do something like this, like read file sync c slash, Windows slash system32 slash whatever. You could do something like this. You could delete files from your machine. You could do whatever else. So they actually just stop you from doing this entirely. So there is no way to read from the file system when you're in the browser. So instead, if you're trying to read a file, what you could do is you could require that file directly You could say like some JSON file equals require path to some .json. And there you go. Now you can just say some JSON file .age or some JSON file like person name or something like that. If you're trying to read a different kind of file, you could always require that too, and then make a loader for Webpack, or you could always just fetch it on the fly. Okay, let's take a look at this. Hey, that actually worked out pretty well. That's almost exactly what I wanted. Wow, good job. So now we go take a look at, where is it? Where's the top of -50? God, I'm never going to find this again. Here it is. Okay, so we just need to figure out a better thing than that. Yeah, so like -23, and then this would be, I guess, +23. For some reason it's getting positioned over there. Oh, because these all need display block. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so how's that look? Yeah, it's pretty good. So instead of these plus and trash and exit icons, they're supposed to be 2x. So it's supposed to be an up arrow, a play or a pause button, and a down arrow. We probably have those. Yeah, so keyboard arrow up, keyboard arrow down. Keyboard arrow up, keyboard arrow down. And what's the middle one? I guess a pause button. And darn. How do I make something like my own ECMAScript? You would be writing your own language at that point, Vito. And if you want to look into that, I mean, you really should just Google it. I think for me to tell you everything that goes into that would be too involved. Yeah, so this is closer to what the UI will look like. Not too bad. I mean, not perfect yet, definitely. Pause, circle, outline. And the play and pause are going to need to change. And this is not obvious that this is changing the speed. And it shouldn't be on all of them. I don't know if I like this. What about the fast forward and rewind? Those represent the speed changing. Yeah, those would probably be better. Fast forward and rewind. And don't forget to add cursor pointer. Yeah, I wrote that down over here. Yeah. And we only want to show the one for the current. What? What did I screw up here? Fast forward. Oh, and fast rewind. It's not rewind. It's fast rewind. Is there a regular rewind? No, it's just fast. Okay. I didn't expect that. I typed FSAT. Oh yeah, I typed both of them wrong. Oh man. Alright, let's try that now. Yeah. This is okay. Also, I guess that should be the play button at first, right? So we'll get the play circle outline. This is where we're going to take a lot of code from the replay HUD. I don't like this. I just don't like this. And you probably want to know what your current speed is too. Yeah, this is not good. It's just not good. We can't do this. So the reason why we can't do this is because there's too much information that's communicated by this UI up here. So when you hit play, for example, you can see what % complete you're at. When you hit the up or down buttons, you can see exactly what replay speed. And when you finish a replay, take a look at this icon very carefully. It goes from a pause button to a refresh circle. And the reason why is because when you hit this button now, it's going to go back to phase 1 of 2. So it's not just like hitting... Oh, actually, also there's a bug around that. Yeah, there's a big bug around that. But yeah, we can't communicate all of this down here with this UI. Now, the amount of space that we've taken up here is not bad. So we could just put this UI exactly down here. And then when you cancel, we just go back to different looking UI for that. But yeah, I think this is going to be confusing for right now. I think we just need to check in with what we've got. Just ditch the upper UI and finish all into the lower one. Yeah, that was the goal of what I was doing here. The problem is that the mockup doesn't show me how to do that. Like, I can't fit progress here, and it's hard to tell you what your current speed is. Clicking on the phase again could do the refresh. Well, this was more along the lines of, imagine a music player. Like, you have track 1, track 2, track 3, and you have a play button. So you press the play button, it turns into a pause button, and it plays track 1. And then it plays track 2, and then it plays track 3, and then it would turn into that refresh button where you press it and it goes back to track 1. That's kind of what I was thinking about. What about the speed controls right of the phase, clicking on a phase? What if you had the fast forward and fast rewind buttons on the left between forfeiting? So I think these are good suggestions. If I were to design this UI, I would probably make it something like this at the bottom, where jumping between phases is just clicking a button, and there is a progress bar that indicates how far along you are. This gives you replay controls for basically everything. So I'd probably want something like that. Right now, I just don't think it's possible. Or yeah, what Orange Ray said, you could just have the buttons for all the different speeds. The problem is if you keep adding more speeds or you want more granular control. Hey Lee. So I think we're going to check in what we've got right now, and we'll just leave this. Because we can't really do much else here. It's too bad. It's just too bad. So where I left off with this, the UI needs to be mocked up correctly before I can proceed. Yeah, I can't do much else. Well, we'll work on the memory leak problem, which is what caused this title to be as weird as it is. You can change the cursor without a mockup. I don't want to mess around with that stuff for right now, though, because part of this is when you're already playing on a match, this needs a cursor that looks like... where did I use this cursor? Anyway, it's got to be like the not allowed cursor. So I got to change cursors dynamically, and it's just not worth doing that. So it's assigned a value, but it's never used. Cool. Placeable in game is assigned a value, but never used. Missing semicolon. So we're just not going to enhance this. Same thing here. Make the bottom be a hideable menu so it can be larger and hidden or shown. Yeah, I'd rather just let Jason decide what all of this will be. That's what I'm getting at is I don't really have the UI right now, and I could come up with something myself, but I think Jason is better at this than I am, so he should come up with it. Trey. Imagine if you went to your boss and you're like, so I finished my work for this job and I finished my work for another job. I'm not even getting paid for that other job. Okay. So this should not be checked in. This should be deleted. Okay, good. Cool. This should be deleted. Yeah, I think this is just how the new OBS works. So I'm going to need to switch back to the old OBS. Because it's not like my computer is being overwhelmed right now. Like 20% CPU usage. And even when I'm linting, I don't think this goes out of control. Right? Yeah, 33%. Am I dropping frames? No frames dropped. What about this linting one? Yeah. So, right, it's not dropping frames there. What I was worried about is maybe this is spiking to like 50% and then OBS is saying, okay, I'll back off for a bit. But that's not what's happening, I think. Yeah, poor girl. Yeah, I was just talking to my wife about this last night. I said, it seems like so many people have been impacted by something that I'm lucky I decided to even take it online. I could have just developed this entire thing offline in a bubble, released it, had no audience whatsoever, and then just moved on with my life, and that would have been terrible. This is so much better, and I'm glad you guys are getting something out of it too. Okay. So this doesn't look too bad. This can't be checked in. What about these? Yeah, it's fine for now. Except for this extra space. Yeah, and Doran, I fixed the camera zooming thing. This should be back to what it used to look like. I used that article you sent me, or YouTube video, or at least that was a good jumping off point. Hey, motor. That's the best part of watching. That's actually how I phrased it to my wife last night. I said people are paying like half of a Netflix subscription in order to watch just one channel. And she said, yeah, but a Netflix subscription is going to a company. This is also going to a company, I guess. Twitch is getting a cut of the money, right? But she said, the money's going to you. I said, yeah, but still, like, think of how many movies they could watch if they just got a Netflix subscription. Okay, so set up foundation for replay control. I didn't actually get to finish this work because I think there are some shortcomings with the mock-up. So I got this partially working, and I'll rely on the old UI covering the functionality until the mock-up is updated. The keyboard camera still seems to be zoomed in. It's actually zoomed out a little bit more than it was. But yeah. But that's fine. I don't mind the keyboard camera. It was more just where am I in the frame. Because if I moved like this before, I'd be out of the frame. And if I moved slightly like this, I'd be out of the frame. So now I've got at least a little bit more wiggle room. I can play Pong with the camera frame. I just want Ballad. Okay, so we can check this in. What happened to Kappa Claus? Kappa Claus is still here. He's just chilling. I could line this up with my face, and now I'm Kappa Claus. There. It's perfect. Orange. Alright, so fix memory leaks. This is, I think, the most important work for today. So the whole figure out about base textures. Let's go do that. Let me think about this. Hey, J-Bugsy. Then I can figure out what's not being cleaned up too. Yeah, let's launch Firefox and try this out. Oh, this is another thing I should work on today is this code splitting. Firefox is so slow at loading this. Oh, I seem to have enabled some feature I didn't realize I enabled. So let's connect. Go into edit defense. No, actually, take a snapshot out here. Okay, now I guess we click attack a bunch of times and then just keep canceling out. And then we take a snapshot and compare the two. Yep, memory went up by 11 megabytes. Okay, so let's pop this out of here. No stack available for these things. Settled promises. Huh. Yeah, and Doran, I still need to fix that too. There's a lot of bugs to fix. All right. Let's go to the documentation. I gotta start this somewhere. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this exactly. Like I said, there's a lot that's probably not being cleaned up correctly, and I think it was most obvious in the cosmetics tool back when I was just ignoring the cache. So that would give us some insight as to how I'm supposed to fix this. We could start there. So Dropbox OAuth, I need to set that. And this should run. There we go. Yeah, I think it peaked at 160 yesterday. That was pretty high, definitely. I don't think that's going to keep up. I think if I were working on, I don't know, more interesting things at this point, I really think the next couple weeks should be, the focus should be just fixing some of these outstanding bugs, the ones that have been there for a long time, and also implementing some UI. Then after that, I think we can start to work toward the features that'll need to be in beta. So yeah, the next couple of weeks I think are going to be a little bit tough. Like tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to stream. I think I'm going to try to spend the time fixing that sprite offset bug because that's been very frustrating, and I don't think it's something I can really do on stream that well. Make a stable version before new features. Yeah, the goal is for every version to be stable enough to be played. If there are some bugs here and there, that's okay. But if you ever get to the point where you're like, I just can't watch replays, yeah, that's not fine. So the cosmetics combiner is a good place to start with this. If I disable caching, we'll definitely run into memory leaks. So let's disable caching. Or just set this to 0, yeah. Hey, Mr. What the P. Okay, so let's take a look. 64K. We refresh the page. It should just go out of control now, right? It's not going out of control. Why not? Huh. It could mean that the cosmetics combiner is doing something correct here, which is... No, it's not destroying it though. What? This should be a memory leak. And yet it looks fine. Strange. Strange indeed. Alright, let's load it in Firefox. Firefox seems to be way more sensitive to this stuff. Does it leak on Firefox? We are about to find out. If it leaks in one browser, it should leak everywhere. But yeah, it looks like everything's getting cleaned up correctly. Maybe not, but it's not expanding at like 20 megabytes a second like it was the other day. Now it is increasing. Alright, let's take another snapshot. Yeah, memory went up a little bit. I don't know if this is a leak or not. Let's take a look. No. Maybe, no, it's not. This is all normal stuff. Weird, because I'm not doing anything to clean this up. So maybe this means I'm not bypassing the cache. Alright, let's do this then. Let's make a fake cache name. So when we do cache.get, we'll just... How did this work before? We just kept making new sprites every single time. So cache sprite will just say is null. And then it'll start leaking memory like crazy. Why does snapshot memory not increase as fast as actual memory usage? Because it's probably only tagging things that are referenced. So actual memory usage will include ungarbage collected objects that are flagged to be garbage collected or would be garbage collected if it ran. Whereas the snapshot probably checks to see what is there a reference to when it's taking the snapshot. Okay, so how's this doing? Yeah, so this is increasing by like a megabyte every second or so. Hey, Blueberry King. So we can try this over here now. So we can get rid of these. Alright, how's this increasing? Yeah. This is going up a lot. So this is definitely representative of the memory leak. But this is just one of them. I think there are going to be a bunch of them. Well, anyway, we'll take a look. Man, it's not... Yeah, here it is. So it is this generate texture in colorized sprite. Well, it all depends on how they implemented it. Yeah, it should be in another process, but doesn't. Doesn't matter too much. That's ephemeral. All right, so render. It's this that's getting leaked. And it makes sense. It's getting leaked because we capture this in a sprite and then we never destroy the sprite. We set it in the cache. The cache would destroy it. So this is where I need to learn how do these base textures work. And this is something I just never figured out. So let's go find out, because otherwise we're not going to be able to code this correctly. So destroy takes in an option that says destroy the base texture. If destroy base texture, it calls this .texture.destroy. So sprite takes in an option, well, a set of options. If texture and base texture are both true, then this .texture.destroy is called. So when should I be doing this? I wonder if, let's take a, well, there are a couple of different ways I can go out doing this. I could go onto the forums and I could try to see, do they just give some advice on when to do this? Or I could look through the code and see when I should do this myself. So what does it mean to destroy a texture? Let's find out. This is not right. There, destroy base. And destroy base is called, oh, I don't have that anymore. Okay, well, time to go find sprite again. Yeah, it's called with true here. I did. Alright, so destroy base. If this is true and it's a base texture, so if a texture is destroyed and it's a base texture, then we do this code. So when is this a problem? If texture cache, so this wipes it out from the texture cache. Where's the texture cache? Is this some singleton class that's used everywhere? Import it from utils. Okay, and then there's also base texture cache. It doesn't. Oh wait, this is not a boolean. What is this? The base texture that this texture uses. So if that exists in destroy base, then we do this .base texture.destroy. It's the texture that a particular texture uses. So that must be for something like sprite sheets. And yeah, I know 3D Extended. I'm finally getting to this now, though. We should find out what's going on. And texture cache comes from util. Let's go take a look at that. Texture cache doesn't exist. Where is util? It's... what? Import texture cache from /utils. So it's core utils. Oh, index. Where does texture cache come from? Oh, it's just an object. Okay. Base texture cache are just objects exported from this core utils index. So we need to look at what's in the texture cache and how this thing gets cleared and when it needs to be cleared. So destroying the base texture of a sprite still allows me to use another sprite. I wonder if it gets added to the cache again or what. I don't know. So let's close this for now. So first I want a way to inspect the texture cache. I'm not sure how we do that. Well, let's just load this up and we'll just pause execution and try things out. So pixie.utils.texture cache. Oh, that's easy. Interesting. Also interesting that this is loaded under two different names. And yet, what is the network activity for this? Yeah, just one name. Huh. Although, if I had to guess, that's not taking up a lot of memory or anything. Let's take another look. So, botland.png, and what's the other one? Static assets placeholder, botland.png. So let's set this to A and this to B. And does A equal B? Yes, okay, so that's what I thought. So they're just references, so that's taking up hardly any space at all. The duplication of that. The texture itself is probably a pretty beefy object for it to need to be cached. Has a base texture in it. Oh, the base texture points at the image URL. Okay. Whereas here, what does it point at? The same thing. Huh. Interesting. They can be accessed via this. So typically, if we just got the strings of this, so if I say for var k in texture cache console.log k, maybe just typing k is fine. No. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, no, this is right. Sorry, I thought this was printing out the wrong way. Got it. Okay, now I just want to sort these. There. Hey, Zancro. Hey, Chris. For the cosmetics combiner, here are the sprite sheets. Here's the texture cache. Okay. So this never gets added to, and we don't ever want to destroy the base texture then, as far as I can tell. How long have I been doing UI for? You mean today? You mean for Botland? Or you mean just as a developer? Because I did some UI for about an hour today, but then I had to stop for a bit. I won't be able to pick that up until Friday probably. Okay, so we need to look into when this stuff is destroyed. Let's put a breakpoint right here, and let's find out exactly what this is doing. Oh yeah, I've been doing some here and there just to try to improve the most visible parts of Botland. So this .base texture, it does exist, and destroy base is set to true. So it checks to see if the image URL, which is null, surprisingly. What? Base render texture. Oh, because it's a render texture. Wow. Okay. Yeah, no, this isn't super confusing or anything. Okay, so when doing generate texture, the base texture has an image URL of null since it's a render texture. So we do want to clean those up all the time then, huh? What else does this do? So this won't even exist. So we just call destroy on the base texture, which is always great. Okay, good. So this is important learnings about Pixie that we need to be writing down. Rendered textures. Just ignore that. Let's just write Memory leaks. Okay, so some background about this. Let's write this down. I really think all of these notes should just be over here. So all of the memory leaks that I've faced have been the result of not calling destroy properly. So sprite destroy takes in options with texture and base texture. Oh, what? You can't make just a single word into the code format? Has to be the whole line? Okay, we'll just bold these then. Yeah, frame drops, it's super annoying. My bitrate keeps lowering, and I thought maybe on March 1st it'll get better because maybe it was my ISP and they'd been throttling me or something, but that's not the case. So the only two things left to try are another ingest server and the old OBS. So maybe on Friday, because like I said, I don't think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I think I got to work on Botland offline for a little bit. All right, let's take a look at destroy for this. So if destroy texture is true, it does absolutely nothing. As of now, if just texture is true, absolutely nothing changes in the destroy function. Both properties need to be true in order for the texture to be destroyed. Did I always stream at 30? Not always, but for the last several months, yes. 1600 skipped frames here. Yeah, I could try. I don't know what I could really do, because I don't know how much of this I can change while I'm streaming. I can apparently lower my bitrate while I'm streaming. Yeah, but I don't know how much that's going to help. Can I change my frame rate while I'm streaming? I doubt it, right? Yeah, I can't change that. Yeah. Okay, so if a texture is destroyed with an arg of true and it's then this code is run. So where's the texture class? I closed it. Alright, well let's find it then. Texture.js. Again, for those of you who use GitHub a lot, if on any page you just press T, you'll go to a class finder and you can just type in whatever you want, use up and down and press enter and go to it. It's super helpful. The 2 FPS. Hi Goss Games. Thanks for following. So base texture is what we run. The base texture is the texture that a particular texture uses. From utils.js. Ah, why can't I type? There we go. Yeah, and by the way, if you ever want to discover those things for yourself, if you just press question mark on a page, usually it'll tell you its keyboard shortcuts if it's developer friendly. So you can do this here, you can do this in Gmail. Gmail actually has some really nice shortcuts. In case you guys haven't ever learned them, just press question mark, shift / and you'll figure out what they are. Some of the most useful ones are, and actually they got a lot of their shortcuts from Vim. So if you just type /, it goes to the search bar. If you press something like J or K, it goes up or down in your emails. What else do I use? I think there's like a compose and there's mark as read and all this other stuff. Typical email things. Yeah, C is compose. Yeah, R for reply, F for forward, I believe. They're pretty helpful. Okay. So when using generate texture, the base texture has an image URL of null since it's a render texture. Well, that's not entirely accurate, is it? It is called base render texture. This means, so conclusions, what is this? So any textures used to create a sprite. But then how does this get saved? How is the sprite still usable after this? That's the part I need to figure out. And I guess we have access to that, so let's go find out how this works. Because here we call base texture.destroy, so then how is this sprite still using colorize sprite texture, render texture? But this should have been destroyed. It's never marked that it's been destroyed though. Okay, I gotta run this again. I gotta figure out what's going on. So figure out what happens when I destroy a render texture that a sprite is using. Like, what is going on there? How does any of this work? So here's what we do. We get mask texture. So A equals that, or just M equals mask texture. Cool. So we have that. We destroy it. And now we look at the colorize sprite dot texture. Is this the same as M? No, somehow. How is that possible? Well, when we construct a sprite, we get a texture. We store it down here, and then that's it. CD, man. All right. So first of all, construction is, I think, the start of this. When we make a sprite, we're just setting the texture, and we're making this out of a render texture. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I see what's going on. So the rendered texture is probably going to be equal to the colorized sprite dot texture, huh? And we don't delete that. Okay. So then the part I don't understand is, well, how does this work? So this is just an intermediate texture and it needs to be cleaned up. Okay, so if we were to destroy the render texture right now, then this sprite would just never load. That's my takeaway from this. So if we say render texture.destroy true, then the sprite should never render. Right. Okay. Cool. All right, so one of the things I learned here is anytime, well, maybe I shouldn't write conclusions necessarily, yeah. What Goss games is that? Is that WoW or Hearthstone related? Actually, I guess Thrall is technically, yeah, whatever. So in this pattern that I had here, this code, and then I used the mask texture to make a filter. How does this work? we set the mask sampler equal to the mask texture. I don't see how this can still function afterward then. Oh, I see, because we don't need the filter anymore. God, this is some confusing stuff here. Okay, so mask texture. The mask texture was only needed to color in order, well, only needed to colorize the sprite. Now that we're done, we can destroy it. And same thing with these, I suppose. The base sprites can be destroyed. But that's because they were clones. Oh, Goss Games, you shouldn't be intimidated by this stuff. This has been a very long project in the making. So there's a lot more complexity than if you just started something out now. So get sprite sync, and all of these return clones. And cloning a sprite just makes a new sprite out of that same texture. I think that means that if I have two sprites that are clones of each other and I delete the texture of one, that the other would stop working. Two clone sprites and I delete the texture of one. Does the other stop rendering? Base sprite dot destroy. So the other thing I want to look into is if I don't destroy the base and mask sprites when colorizing a sprite, are they leaked? The thing I don't understand though is I'm not really destroying anything here. All it's doing is setting texture to null. It's not destroying the texture. But then, so this render texture is getting leaked. I know how I could clean this up. We could do this. Alright, let's try this out. So now the memory leaks come to a halt. Can I read property width of null? What's happening here? Did I leave a destroy? Yeah, I did. So no more memory leaks? Yeah. Looks like no more memory leaks. We can try it in Firefox. Oh, I'm so sick of this. I don't know why that happens all the time. So memory, chord call stacks, snapshot. Is memory usage going crazy here? It's going up, but I think it should be getting garbage collected now. So it's about 400, 414. I don't think it's getting garbage collected. Oh wait, there it goes. Yeah, it went back down to like 300 something. So yeah, total memory increase is about a megabyte, which is reasonable. That could just be JavaScript stuff. Yep, it is. So that does fix the memory leaks. So then is this needed? If I don't destroy these, what happens? There's gonna be a lot of investigation for very little payoff, by the way. Like, it fixes a bug that would just get fixed if you refresh the page anyway. Oh well. That's how this works sometimes. Okay, so again, we see memory shooting up, but it seems to be getting garbage collected. So it doesn't look like that's doing anything, which kind of makes sense because all we're doing is nulling out a texture. Yeah. Yep, no memory leak there. Oh, the rate is high because of what I'm doing here. I am creating a whole set of sprites every single frame only to delete them the next frame. So it's very aggressive, like memory allocation and freeing. That's not ever going to happen in the game. So yeah, the rate is increased, but it's never actually leaking memory. So you can see it gets garbage collected. If you ever look at the graph of memory allocation versus garbage collection, it's this very like jagged thing. So if I take another snapshot now, again, memory usage should not have increased that much. Yeah, it didn't. And we can compare this snapshot to the newest one, and we see no memory leaks. So this is just JITted code. It's code specific to whatever platform you have that was optimized while you were running JavaScript most likely. And it doesn't get freed because it's being executed. Maybe Firefox would free it. It doesn't matter. But what we don't see is we don't see any WebGL memory leaks here. So yeah, we can see memory just keeps going back down. It's never getting like wildly out of control. Well, I am using tons of memory on my machine right now. Yeah, in fact, I should probably stop this. Maybe something else is going wrong here. I don't know, because yeah, memory did go up to like 15 gigabytes there. And then it dropped pretty harshly. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe there is something else I should be doing here that I'm not. Let's try some other things though. So texture true, base texture true. It didn't seem to have an impact on memory leaks. Why does memory usage keep going up to the point of using 16 gigabytes even when there are no leaks? Is it just not aggressive enough garbage collection? We should test that out. I'll look into that too. Alright, so let's try this now. So does this render correctly, or is this just totally broken if I do this? Yeah, it's totally broken. So you can't clean these up yet. That's what we learned there. So setting the texture to null is actually probably a bad idea. I think this is the problem. Like, we can clean up the base sprites because they're not used anymore. But some other problem here. Container.addChild base sprite. Then generate a texture from the container. So we can call this still being used by the render texture. Okay, so this fixes those memory leaks, I guess. This makes sense too. So we can't destroy their base textures, but we can null out the reference to the texture. All right. And yeah, this seems to be yes. So this is the next part I'm wondering about. Is this because of aggressive garbage collection or what? If we just turn this off, so let's do this. If this dot camera and not this dot or global dot BBB, let's say. So now here's what we do. Go into Firefox. We take a look at our memory before loading this. It's at 6.5 gigabytes. Now we start up the app. This is going to rise a little bit, and that's fine. And then it's just going to keep rising, and that's not fine. So it's at 6.7, 6.8. Should just keep going up. Right? Unless... No, it's not going up. Oh, so... Wait, what? No, it is going up. Why does it take so long to do that? Yeah, 6.8. It should keep rising, and pretty aggressively too. Yeah, 7.5, 7.6. So now here's where we step in. And we set BBB equal to true. And we see what happens in memory when we do that. So we hit enter. Now this was at 8.3. Let's just write 8.3 here as well. Aha! So it was just garbage collection. Wow. Well, that's better than I thought then. Yeah, look at that. It went back down to 6.8. Huh. Yeah, that's perfect. So, okay, cool. We learned a lot by doing this. So if I set this to false again, our memory will just blow out of control. It'll take some time. It's at 6.7 right now. All right, this is an important learning. This is the whole you can't rely on the garbage collector to run when you want it to run. And this is proof of that. So if we just keep letting this go, this is eventually going to go out to use all of my memory, even though there's no memory leak. It's just not getting around to garbage collection. So yeah, 7.6, 7.8. This is where it starts rising dramatically. Hey, banana. It'll just keep using more and more memory. That's like 2 gigabytes right there. All right, and now as soon as we set this back to true, so we're at like 9.1, 9.2, and this is why, yeah, Firefox looks like it's only using 640 megabytes, and it looks like it just went down. Oh, actually, it did garbage collect there. I haven't actually set this back to true. Right? This should go out of control. Why is it not? Maybe it had to do with taking snapshots? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's what happened. I think it really just has to do with the garbage collector. Maybe the dev tool is using a lot of memory. No, what I'm talking about is slightly different from that. So it wasn't memory being used, it was memory not being freed. So it was unreferenced memory, I should say. Yeah, so okay, now I'll set this to true. So it's at 10 gigabytes of memory. We'll set it to true, and now it should just go back down to like 7. So it's going to aggressively garbage collect now. And yep, it's at 9, 8.7, 8.6. Yeah, perfect. All right, cool. So I understand this. At least I think I do. This should go down lower than that even. It's probably just not running the garbage collector again yet. The CPU is not that much higher as well. Oh yeah, there's a lot that has to happen when this thing is true. I'm a little bit surprised this isn't dropping down again. This would tend to indicate leaked memory, but I didn't take a snapshot at the beginning, so I can't tell for sure. You think some frames dropped? It could be that. If I set this to false and look at my dropped frames, at 2845. It could be some memory thing. Although it has been dropping frames pretty consistently throughout the day, so this might just be a waste of time. Then I set this back to true. No, I don't think it matters. Drop frames didn't increase. Okay. Yeah, I think this is just the garbage collector. It is hard for me to tell exactly. I guess I would need to take a snapshot for that. There, and then we let this thing go crazy. Oh, there it goes. Oh, it did it that time. Yeah, so I don't think there's any issue here. I don't think there's any issue whatsoever. Yep. Okay, well, time to write that down too. Conclusions. If you see your memory rising to the maximum physical limit in Task Manager, but you don't see any memory leaks while using DevTools profiling, then it likely means that your garbage collector just isn't getting a chance to run. For example, I wrote a program that kept trying to create a lot of pixie.sprite objects and then immediately destroyed them. Firefox showed no memory leaks, but my system RAM usage eventually hit 100%. If I had just created the pixie.sprite objects every 60th frame, the garbage collector probably would have cleaned everything up. When I stop creating the objects altogether, the GC finally gets an opportunity to run, and system memory drops back to the starting rate. Sound of Gaming. I think you're giving more power to this than you should be. Remember, it's an interview. It's not the end of the world if you don't get it. It's not the start of a new life if you do get it. You gotta convince yourself that it's not worth being nervous over. Okay, Jay Bugsy. See ya. Have fun playing Tetris. That joke doesn't really work. Alright. So we learned something pretty important there, and I learned how this works. The render texture getting leaked is a result of us not cleaning up the entire container and then destroying these. And we destroyed base textures too, which were render textures, so that is actually okay. Which is not okay for us to destroy them of the children, I'm pretty sure. But for us to test that is much harder. So let's try this. If if global.ccc equals undefined, let's say this. Let's say like if global.duplicated composed bot is undefined, then we'll make it here. And then we'll always render it. And this time we'll render it just somewhere random. Let's just add 300. Yeah, interview question number 1. What's the 22nd letter of the alphabet? If you can't answer super fast, then you're just out. It's V, by the way. Okay, this should be fine. So let's test this out. Let's not destroy these and then test it out. So what I expect to see is 2 bots rendering side by side. We see no bots rendering. And that means that I've done borked it. Trying to get spreadsheet ID, but it wasn't loaded. What did I do? What did I do? Global.duplicated composed bot. What if I just got rid of all of this? Does it work? Well, Goss, there's a bunch of mnemonics I have for this for no reason. But if you remember 20, then you'll know that T is the 20th letter of the alphabet. And then you can work your way from there. T, U, V. So this must be 22. So just remember that silly mnemonic. Okay, yeah. So I broke something. Let's fix it. Oh, yeah, here's what broke all of this. Okay. Well, this is easy to fix then. But why? But why what? Okay, so we have 2 bots rendering now, and now we put the destroy back in. And if this bot gets destroyed as well, then that sheds some light on what I should and should not be doing. And it's fine. So then the question is, how is it fine? What's the 11th letter of the Greek alphabet? I don't know. I don't know the Greek alphabet. I know. Oh man. Yeah, I know the English alphabet in order. I know the Arabic alphabet, but not in order. And Hindi doesn't really have an alphabet, but I know most of the characters. And how do I know that? You need these things, Goss Games. You need to know things like 2 to the 10th is 1024. Otherwise, how are you gonna know how many bits are in a kilobyte? That's actually not fair. That's how many bytes are in a kilobyte. But, and actually that's not even true. I think it's technically a kibibyte, right? Yeah. Alright, we'll just be wrong a bunch of times. So this works because of this render texture. There's got to be something more to it than that though, right? Well, gosh, you at least have some reference points, right? Like A is 1 and Z is 26. So you know 1/13 of it so far. Why not learn the other 12/13? Then you'll be a master at the alphabet. People ask you what's M, and you'll be like 13. They'll say, "Whoa, we're gonna hire you as a cashier." No, this better be putting Sound of Gaming at ease. Okay, I think I understand how all of this works now. So this particular container only contains colorized sprites, and all the colorized sprites were render textures. So we know that it's always safe to just clean them all up. However, if we had anything else in there, like a reflect image, that's going to totally break everything. So I need to write this down. Render textures are safe to destroy their base texture as long as the render texture isn't shared. For example, if you where's the example? Yeah, if you do this. So where do we have? Container.add, let's say mask sprite, mask texture, base sprite, new pixie.sprite. Container dot, yeah, so let's do that. Where is it? Let me find something for you. Oh, where is it? Hang on, I wanted to find this. Yeah. Man, there's some guy who drew a bunch of tweets, and I like know exactly what I'm trying to search for here. I really want to find this picture for you guys. Aw, well, I found the tweet. So here's the tweet. I guess I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, someone drew a picture about it. I can't find it. Hey, Olson. And hi, Dudley. Okay, cool. See you, Goss Games. So it's still safe to use mask sprite. This is the part I need to write down. And this is what's not incredibly obvious here. So it's still safe to use mask sprite because the render texture does not have the mask sprite's texture as its base texture. However, if the container contained mask sprite, this would prevent you from using mask sprite again because children is set to true. So the sprite's base texture get destroyed. Yeah, I am programming a game, but what I'm doing is there's a bug in the game right now where as you play, the memory usage just goes up. It's called a memory leak. Well, memory usage going up is not necessarily a leak, but it never comes back down. That's the point. So I'm trying to fix that. The game is online right now if you want to check it out. And Banana linked in a video about what the game is. So if you want to try it out, you can just go to play.bot.land. I do suggest you click the how to play link though, because it'll give you some instructions on what's going on. But yeah, the game's online. People are beating me. Interesting. Okay. So what I learned from this is if I added the mask sprite to the container, then this is going to totally screw everything up. Let's try that out. Yep. Yeah. So I think I understand how this all works. Now I just need to come up with a fix for it. Easier said than done. So composed bots, as of right now, it's safe to just remove everything from them when I destroy them. But eventually, I would need to only destroy the composed bot part of it. Yeah. Okay, so conclusions. I need to destroy the base texture of all composed bots. Colorize sprites in a composed bot. Hey, Kahitar. And you're not showing up at lunch right now. That's perfect. Just force the browser to close after each phase. What program am I using? This is Sublime. So I suggest you check out the FAQ. This has what program are you using for blank? And you'll see there's Sublime, there's all this other stuff. Does OBS link to OBS Studio? Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Yeah, so this has links to everything. I can give you more information if you want. However, I need to do this in a way that I'm not just arbitrarily destroying all children. How do you remember so much about your viewers? I don't know. I found Adam on the LOL client. Yeah. It's pretty close. How come you don't tell us what browser you're using? Yep. I'm using, what's it called? Netscape Navigator. I kept trying to think Netflix Navigator. So how do I do this? This is going to be tough. I guess we need to take a look at how I'm doing this in the arena over here. When I say compose bot, I get a container and I say that as the sprite here. I think we just need to handle bot images differently. 1.3. And no, I don't, Orange Ray. At least, I don't think so. When it comes to certain things, I think everyone has something that they're good at memorizing. Like, I don't know really anything about cars, but every once in a while, I'll just point at a car and be like, what's that? And people will be like, well, based on the frame and based on the height off the ground and whatever else, they can figure it out. This isn't like pointing at a car in real life. This is like pointing at a car zooming by in a video or something where you don't have more time to inspect it. And it's just, hey, that's pretty impressive, right? Some people memorize everything about graphics cards. I just memorized alt codes. That's true, banana. Okay, so here's how this is working right now. We get a bot sprite, and then we make a sprite component out of that, I'm guessing. Yeah. Yeah, encrypted feelings. I think this just happened. Yeah, I know what alt code that is. Oops, I pressed the wrong key. Can't fool me, Orange Ray. Yeah, there's multiple alt codes for things. All right, so let's write down what I'm doing here. I make a compose bot. I make the sprite from the container, and then I make a sprite component out of that. Then when a sprite component gets destroyed, I just call destroy. So that is not good enough to destroy the textures that are being used. And that's the problem. So the way that I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. I need to figure out a way to call destroy correctly on this. So solution number one would be make a new component that knows exactly how to destroy colorized sprites. Solution number two would be destroy all children in the container, but before doing that, remove any sprites whose base textures can't be destroyed. Baby administrator. I think this is probably the best solution. I just need to think of how this is going to work. Let's see. Because sprite component is used in so many different areas. I say component names.sprite. Pretty much everywhere that this is done would need to change. I don't know why this is taking so long. Oh, come on. Finish up. What programming language would you recommend for games, and what programming language would you recommend for various programs? In general, my answer to a lot of this stuff is always going to be whatever you're most comfortable with. So if you haven't used anything before, I would suggest either Python, C#, or JavaScript for any of the above. But if you have used any of them before, then I'd suggest whatever it is you've used before. Because it all depends on what your goals are. If your goal is to learn, then you pick whatever language you feel like learning, I guess. If your goal is to make a product, then you pick whatever's probably going to keep you on that product for a while. And if your goal is just like, hey, make something, mess around, then yeah, you can probably just do whatever. It doesn't matter at that point. All right, how many matches do we have? This is taking so long. There, 30 matches. And most of them are coming from here. So we get things based on the sprite. I think this is all going to have to change. We're going to need some generic component that tells you where the center of something is. Although, who knows, maybe that changes too based on animation or something. Let's figure out where to draw other graphics, e.g. reflect, or where to target projectiles, shooting a missile at the center of a bot. that just knows what the center is. I'm not sure how I would do this. Gotta think about this some more. Because yeah, right now, let me see. This is all for targeting and for positioning. For something like where is it? No, reflect is just added. Yeah. Add sprite to entity. I think all this is gonna have to change. Sprite params. So when this is rendered, how does that even happen? Yeah, it's not based on anything. Right now, when I add something like reflect, I just offset it based on the upper left of the bot. Or no, based on the center coordinate of the head sprite. The reason why I don't need to do any calculations here is because I set the anchor on the head sprite to 0.5, 0.5. Okay, well, for something like the chase system, you get the center X of a particular sprite. Yeah. By using entity util. This isn't the wrong one. Shouldn't be here. Yeah, this definitely shouldn't be here. Did I already write this down somewhere? No. If these exist in entity util still, then make sure they get moved to the client specific version. Still so much to plan here. This is my chat now. That's fine, banana. So I could just move the complexity of this to entity util. It could say something like if entity.has component, I don't even know what we'd say, like component names dot colorized or complex sprite, then some logic here, else logic with sprites. Hey Uranium. Destroying the component. I still think the solution I wrote up here, solution number 1, is the only way to do this. There's something that needs to be destroyed in a certain way. So I make a component that wraps that stuff and then knows how to destroy it. Then I guess I could eventually put animation information in there too. I could say something like bot sprite component, and its constructor would have the colorized bot container. But if we add, oh god, so many issues. These get added to a different container, right? So currently, a bot entity has a Pixie container component. Where are these ever made? Keyboard sound is so satisfying. I might be switching keyboards, depending on how good I get at the ergodox. So this is it. It's only ever called here. And where is that called? For basically everything. So every entity that can render projectiles, artillery, lasers, they all have their own container. There's no real need to do that. Oh yes, there was, so that any entity could have its own extra graphics on it. Every entity has a Pixie container component, so that I could add extra graphics without worrying. Oh man. Yeah, I think this system is just too complex. I think it's gonna be hard to change anything. Center of X of a sprite component. Yeah, we don't even base things on the container though. How long did it take you to get decent at programming? I haven't shared how long it's taken, but I think it's generally on the order of years for most people. And I don't think it's any different in my case. I'm not sharing how many years exactly. It's not something that you just pick up in a weekend and you're good. You can definitely learn a lot about programming in a weekend. And within a month you could be making programs. There'd be a lot of blind spots still. So everything with a container can be rendered. But we don't render them based on their containers. This is very silly. Wait a second, no, that doesn't make any sense. How does the CPU render that it's on fire then? Oh, I know how this works. Oh god. Oh man, yeah, I don't think this is I don't think this is gonna work well. We have something here that lights a target on fire. Where is that? Here, apply fire to entity. Add an on fire component. And add a display fire component. Every time we add a sprite to something. Oh, I see how this works. Yeah, we add it to the container in that entity, and whenever we make an entity, we put that into the arena. Yeah, I see. Okay. You should consider shaders for each effect. Every container has its own shader for supporting multiple textures. No, I can't do that. Because shaders really destroy the performance. So I only have shaders running on bots right now. But if they ran on like even every missile that got shot, I don't think it would be good. All right. Yeah, I still think this is too complex. I don't think it's obvious what's happening in the game right now. Let me switch over to this for a sec. So did I write anything on Pixie here? Is it that bad? I don't know what part of this is bad. The performance, I mean. I don't know what part of the performance is bad. I don't know if it's Pixie or if it's me or what's going on there. So yeah, unfortunately, this is a very complex system. I'm going to have to detail it a bit. Hey, Sky Exec. And yeah, too complex. I wrote this and I don't know what I was thinking. I think it's because everything was working at one point, and I'm like, okay, let me try to improve the performance on mobile. And I kind of got that working, but I needed to spend like a week changing my rendering system. I think I need to change the rendering system again. So every entity that gets rendered in Botland has its own pixie.container container associated with it. This entire container gets added to a layer container, which we don't even, to a layer container created by the client arena instead of Pixie. Whenever a sprite like reflect is added to a bot or chip, or CPU, the sprite is added to the entity's Pixie container so that it will render the entity. So this is overall how this works. I don't think this is really that bad. I just think it's hard to figure that out. Hey, Linux. And Deadly, I don't think it's considered the best. I think each language has something that it's particularly good at sometimes. So C++ is usually pretty good for performance because, hang on a second. It compiles down to native code. And in general, that's how you're going to get the fastest code you can get, as opposed to something like JavaScript, which runs through another like interpreting engine essentially. Oh man, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. Like, this started as let's just destroy certain sprites differently, but then I don't have a generic enough system that'll just work with this. So what I need to have is a container to add sprites to, a separation of the composed bot container so that I can destroy it, and its base textures, which are render textures, and then a way to get interesting points on an entity. The center, any sort of firing points. So eventually bots will have weapons on them, and that'll look something like, let me find this picture. I've shown you guys this before, but the logo that we want to use eventually demonstrates this. So bots will eventually have a weapon that can pop out of them, and you see that happening at the end there. Is there a way to just set this to repeat? I don't know how. I don't know how to repeat this. But it's right there that you kind of see this thing pop in. And it needs to know where it should be held by the bot. Yeah, bears. It's a great evolution. Yeah, but 3D Extended, I wonder how well that stuff runs on mobile. Because it could mean that I'm just doing something wrong. No, but I tested this pretty extensively. If I have, I think I made some like really basic example where I had a bunch of bots, and then I added just a shader that did practically nothing, and it just killed the performance. So these requirements aren't that hard to meet, are they? I already have this. To get a separation of this, how would I do that? I guess instead of, maybe I just stop assuming that everything has a sprite associated with it and I just use the container. That's probably a better idea. If everything already has a container, then I should probably stop trying to get sprites from objects. Have I changed any code yet? I don't think I've really changed anything. I removed a blank line and I wrote some comments here. And yeah, this is getting leaked. That's true. But I think, yeah, not using this sprite cache. Okay, so we can just write clarified some comments here. What is this? It's not needed. Yeah, there. Okay, so what would it be like if we did just use the container everywhere? Hey, Godik. Or the container won't necessarily have, how do I get a center point or something like that? Unless we just assume that each container is laid out the same way. Which is how it should be. Why? That was weird. So projectile sprite. We get this. Do we ever change the anchor on this? No. I think the chase target system does though. Yeah, G240. It makes me think this should be more contained than it is. Like, I'm hardly ever. Let me take a look at this again. Component names dot sprite. I have 30 something places in the code base where this happens, where I say, hey, artillery was fired, and I get the source entity, and I get its sprite component, and I do that so that I can figure out where should this thing come from. And that sort of makes sense. But this is going to be changed so that when artillery is fired, it actually renders itself like pulling out an artillery weapon and then shooting it. Which might look super weird. Fawn, I'm going to be doing the UI whether you harass me or not. Yeah, it's just a matter of when. Okay, so I think this is the general paradigm. Whenever something happens, we need to get what it happened from and then position it based on that thing. So, for example, a projectile getting fired, artillery getting fired, a laser getting fired, that's the same thing. What is this? That whole system should be. .3D extended, they might run smoothly. It also depends on what your iPad is, but like I said, I'm pretty sure back when I tested this, I just put like 60 bots in the arena or something like that, like 30, and FPS or something like 60. And then I put the most basic shader possible on the bots, and then the FPS would drop to like 18. And when I say the most basic shader, I mean it was like GL frag color equals base color, something like that. So I don't know. I don't know what exactly was doing that, but I don't think there's any better way I could have done it. Yeah, I think in general, as a sprite, render preview entity, all this stuff should be moved out of here. I really need to refactor this class. Get its sprite. Let me check that. This means that these containers can't just blow out of control here, which is what's happening. I would need to fix a lot at once in order to get this to work. What is this? Oh man. G240, I'm sure you can think of a game with a good UI that is not a fun game and it didn't sell well. And you could probably think of games with bad UIs that are doing well. Like Minecraft, actually, right? Minecraft, I can't really speak to anything other than the PC version, but there's a lot of knowledge you just don't have in the UI. It's very basic. Like, sure, the hotbar that they have of 10 items on your scroll wheel, that's fine. But then the inventory, like crafting, all that stuff, I think could have been a lot better. But Minecraft did really well. Did you check iPad performance after fixing the memory leak? I haven't fixed the memory leak, Best Alloys. Yeah, I don't. It's not going to change performance. It would just change how much memory is being used. I think I've got to pull the whole rendering system out of this. Yeah, I kind of think that's what I want to pursue today instead of this for right now. So I think another conclusion is it's worth it to pull the rendering aspects out of the arena almost entirely before pursuing this. Did you make this? Oh, nice. You got frustrated enough to make this. Nice. Hardly took you any time at all. Because you were just talking about this like yesterday. Oh, I wasn't talking about graphics when I said Minecraft pawn. I was saying the UI itself is not great. Yeah, you should share that with EJ if you haven't already. That way, this is more contained. And I've needed to do this for a while anyway. So I guess we're going to... Oh man, this is the typical programming problem of I set out to fix problem A, and in the process I got to problem B, and now I'm at problem C. So this was memory leaks, which I wanted to fix, and then there's this refactoring, and then problem C is the design of it first. Null out the reference to the texture, yeah. Okay. Alright, so I guess we put this on hold for a bit. So where I left off, I need to destroy all of the colorized images that ComposeBot produces. But I can't easily do that with this system I have now. Hey, Yellow League. Hey, Mitchell. Yeah, the memory plumber thing was I have a memory leak. And I thought, who would fix a memory leak? A memory plumber. However, in order for that to work, the container's coordinates always need to be correct. And this is what makes me wonder, maybe what I do, maybe I make a main rendering position component, and something just has a sprite, it points at that. And something has a container, it points to the container. This is going to involve much more design before I can get started on this stuff. Yeah, I guess part of, okay, let's look at this again. So this is part of the file I want to split up. This has 3,600 lines of code. It's been a long time coming. And there's a lot of rendering stuff that I can just remove from here so that this doesn't have to do with how things are displayed. It has to do with the data underneath. But how do I change any of these functions really, or how do I even want to? Like artillery landed, this has the functional component of creating a projectile, but the rendering of all of that can be somewhere else. Source entity is only used for its sprite component, which is only used for the position, which is used for all of this. Yeah, so essentially everything here is for rendering. And eventually we need to add more to this. I don't think temp.js was that bad. I just think it was a poorly named file. Oh, cool. Yeah, we'll just run this. We'll get a bunch of 100-byte files, and it'll all be great. The other thing we could do here is just go through arbitrary parts of the refactor list and try to get rid of some of those. I really need to archive this. Yeah. Let's just very quickly do that. Finished refactoring task. Or we just do this. Refactoring. And then we put a bookmark there. And we take all the completed items and put them over there. So here. Where else do we have these? Alright, so let's go put all those over there. Good. What else is done here already? All of these things. And all of these things. That way at least we're, not just infinitely growing this to-do list. Who needs frames, right? Yeah, I'm probably just going to switch back to the old OBS. Because I don't like how that's been going. Okay, so these are finished refactoring tasks that we can just export out of this file. And now the number of lines in here is only 2,755. Yeah, this is part of the code base stabilization I wanted to do, but I just don't see this stuff getting done in March. And I wanted to get a beta out in May. I don't think that's going to be possible unless I do this stuff very well. Okay. So I'm going to update my stream title to refactoring. And let's get rid of some of the largest parts of this. Yeah, we'll come back to memory leaks later. I think I just want to clean up the code base today. So something like this is pretty simple. We have get center X and get center Y. Let's see how many of these tasks we can get through. So this is client code and this is client code. So we just go change this. So this comes out of here and goes into here. All right, yeah, I'll purge you, simple developer. This is not that kind of stream. I had to debate. You can still type, you're not banned, but consider that a warning. Hey, Patsy boy. Well, what's the joke? Playing at 2 FPS is turn-based? No, it's just silky smooth Atari graphics. Alright, so then every reference to these needs to be changed to client entity util, which exists over here and probably does not exist over here. No, it doesn't. Okay, well, we can just include it. So ECS entity. So yeah, there we go. All right, and now we just replace all those, and it should be good. Yeah. Cool. So the game should still work. This was just the latest refactoring task I had. Yeah. I think it looks fine. I mean, this was just a find replace kind of task. And we could check. All right. Yeah, so just move get center X and get center Y to client. I should really fix that line of code too. None of that should be checked in. Move client specific entity util functions. How did linting go? Cool. So we commit that, that's done. Accidentally named something buildland builds. I typed build instead of bot, apparently. Let's go take a look at that. Buildland build. Excuse me. Here it is. Yeah. There are 4 places in here. There's probably a lot of these. Oh, 30 FPS actually isn't too bad. Huh. You're doing it a 1 FPS stream? Who is this for, antimatter tape? Who will this benefit? So this all takes place in the Ansible module, so we can just find here. And we don't have anything else. So yeah, we can just do this. SNC star. This should give us all the references. It just won't fix it for us. Sublime would fix it, but we're taking a long time. So let's just rename this to... Well, actually, the first thing we should probably do is search for botland builds and make sure I didn't already have this variable somewhere. No, I didn't. Okay, well, great. So botland builds dir. Cool. So that's done. That's done. That's done. That actually can't change. This can though. Alright, and that's it. Cool. So now this should no longer exist. And this should exist in all the places where this used to. So let's see, how many lines do we have here? 18. What? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Well, how does this... Okay, whatever. When in doubt, just use Sublime. It's 13. And what about over here? 13. Yeah, so we did it. Great. Rename build land to botland. Buildland builds. Yeah, looks good. We'll find out if this broke the next time we do an Ansible deploy, but it's just a simple find replace, which is why I'm not too worried about it. Alright, great. So that's done too. Refactor this so that it refers to a numbered list. I don't care about that right now. Going to recompose again, don't care about that. This is actually kind of interesting to start doing right now. It could break a lot of stuff. So let's not worry about that either. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. No. Use the define plugin with process env, wrap it in an if, then minification will remove it as dead code. Huh, interesting. Yeah, that's something I should do later too. What did I want to do here? Yeah, so analytics.js takes in this, and it shouldn't. It should be an environment variable. Should take in the GA ID. No, Digi, I never want to do all of this. I wanted to do some of these that'll actually make the code base be in a better state. And that's the stuff I'm going to try to tackle. Hey, Yoj. Make entity with distance into a formal class. I stopped using this, actually. This is just no longer needed, right? Returns an entity. Yeah, perfect. And then if you need the distance, you just get it yourself. So this is canceled. So I think if I pass up some of these things once, I should just move them to the bottom of the list, because they obviously weren't that important. I kind of take that back. A couple of these are fine. These. Yeah, these I'm going to move to the bottom. Alright, what's up next? Hey, this is already done. Let's just delete it. Consider extracting some common properties out of my Connects migration script. Yeah, I don't care about that right now. Don't care. Yeah, this just needs to be done eventually. That doesn't matter. I think this part was already done, was it not? No, apparently it wasn't. It's only ever used in 2 places, though. I wonder how we'd find all of these components. Like even this. Yeah. I wonder how we'd find all of these. Hey, for real. What a jerky, Jay. Wow. Everyone says aluminium that way. So spray component is one of them. Let's find out where it's located right now and look at all of the other ones that we have. We have a million of them. So let's get a list of all of these and just put it into here for now. So yeah, we have 72 components. Huh. Well, it should be pretty easy to figure out which ones of these are for the client only. Because we'll only have ever called it from client code. So yeah, apply bot state is one of them. Who's Victor? Are you talking about some library I was using? Yeah, it's a vector library called Victor. And how's it going? Not great. I switched to refactoring because I want to make some progress today and I want to get the code base in a better state so that when I finally make these sweeping changes, I can make them. Camel casing the files would make them readable. Yeah, I don't know how this started. I feel like I was using the Google Closure compiler a while ago, and that's when I was using lowercase names for everything. But the other thing is, I didn't want to deal with case-sensitive file systems, so I just made everything lowercase. No banana. Alright, so not this, not this, not this, not this. Where does this exist right now? Bot assemblage. Yeah, this is needed. Buff component. Add buff to entity. Does this even still get used anywhere? Apply buff to player entities. No, wow, yeah, this should be just totally gone, I guess. It's not a difficult function to make either, is it? Add a buff component. Oh, we had buff lookups too. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, this is that's definitely something. Definitely something. Wow. This is used anywhere. Get buff value from entity. Okay, this is actually still used in some places. So if we ever wanted to apply a temporary buff to all of your bots where they did more damage or something, I guess the code is there for it. But I'm not using it. So it makes me think that I should probably try to delete all of it. It's probably not the time to do that yet. So we'll get rid of those for now. Charge cooldown we need, chase target. That is client only. Well, projectile assemblage has it, but projectiles are client only too, I think. Hey, R-Lated. Welcome back. And Weedley. Aw, that's very nice of you, R-Lated. But you definitely don't have to. Oh, well, it's already done. Well, thanks for subbing. I appreciate it. Now you get access to these emotes. So if you just want to, spam a bunch of colors, you now have the emotes to do that. Nice. So projectile assemblage is what I want to look into next. Then we gotta get rid of these things entirely, right? This is actually done surprisingly right here, and that's it. Create artillery shell. And this is done by the code execution system. That makes no sense. So I guess these things are still used by the server. Strange. I have to switch to Adam now. Thanks, Orange Ray. Is there a command to see the hours I've watched? Yeah, it's time. It's 32 hours and 55 minutes. And in case you're curious about how long everyone has watched, you can, well, the top 250 at least, you can look at this. So this is, in order to be in the top 250, you need to have had at least 87 hours. And for points, you need at least 481 points. Not that that matters. Yeah, well, EOJ, I know why I did things this way. Yeah, I don't know. This, like, do I ever use the components of this? I serialize this over. Yeah. I don't think this is necessary. Not you, the imposter. uh, that's too bad. So this is used from here too. Interesting. Okay, so I guess we don't get rid of those. Code color. Color is still used. Cosmetics. I think cosmetics are used too. You can take a look at this. Yep, that's fine. Deferred death is a client thing. Yeah. Display fire component. This is also a client thing. Hey, Pyro. Temporary as a myth. Alright, this does exist. Yeah. Fast movement component. This is on bot assemblage. Hey, HSRU. Cool. Hardware health ID is artillery shell. Actually, all of the is tags we can just get rid of. Name component. I'm guessing this is used. On fire, one per tile, owned by player. Preview entity. This is definitely only a client thing. Adam's game. All right, what is this? What is this thing? Oh, okay. Sprite, probably text at some point, right? Client, yeah. All right, yeah, so that's everything. So we need to move these 6 things. I own a mouse. It's just not in the camera right now. It's a G600. But welcome, Necro. Alright, apply bot state. Let's start with this. So in order to do this, we've got to git rename all these files. Git move this to where? That's a good question. I guess we go to any other client ECS, any component in here. That did not do what I wanted. That one, right there. This one. Got it. Okay, so copy the file path of that. So we want to put this over here. And git move we'll just use, actually backslashes work for that. Let's try that out. They do work. Good job. Cool, so then everything in here is going to change. So there are many steps to this. One is going to be move all files to the ECS folder, which is this. Then it's going to be update all references in the moved files. Then it's going to be update all references to the moved files. Why am I not using the new keyboard? I was talking about that this morning. When I started trying to use it, it was incredibly slow for me because I just didn't know where the keys are. And then I stopped using it altogether. And I thought last night, hey, I should try this out again. And all of a sudden I knew where the keys were. So I guess it just took a little bit to marinate in my brain. But I do plan on trying it some more at least. I just don't know if I should stream while I do it. I just think I own a mouse. That's right. Okay, so apply bot state, deferred death component. We can take all of these things. In fact, I think we have the files for them already. Deferred death component, yeah. Okay, so we moved that one too. That's good. Display fire component. We can just keep pasting these in. What else? Preview. Does this exist in the same spot? Yes. Do all of these exist in the same spot? They should. Yeah. So we can just do this. Perfect. So we copy paste these to here and we're done. Okay, so step 1 is finished. Step 2, update all references in the moved files. Okay. So these references are going to be wrong. And I guess we can take a look at this. Yep. So this used to be shared constants. So we changed this. So this file should be good. Now we open up deferred death component. Cool display fire component. Cool preview entity assemblage. We'll get to that in a second. Sprite component.js. And text component.js. So this one we need to go change. This comes from a different location. This is going to be entity. And really, probably all these things are going to be there. Good, 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 and good. What, HSRU, the lights are still controllable. What? Your eyes are crashing? I hate these relative imports so much. Yeah, I could change them for the client because I'm using Webpack. See? You still have it, HSRU. In fact, I can turn off these lights so that it's even more obvious. There. You still have your pink stream and your whatever else. I'll set them back to normal. Haters. What kind of human is this? I am a bot. It's this that's done, right? Yeah. So this is done now too. Now update all references to the moved files. So anywhere that we do an import on something like this, so import.star apply, this now exists from ./ECS, right? Yeah, cool. Okay, so that one's done. Now this one. That's done. Now this one. Hey Ken Meister. I'm doing well. How about yourself? I'm doing well now that I'm actually making progress at something. But this is me ignoring the progress I could have made earlier. I'll have to come back to that. Part of me thinks I've been overworking myself. There we go. And then this one too. Cool. And then finally text component. So we get rid of this. There. So everything should finally build again. And that it isn't means that I definitely screwed something up. Can't resolve ./ECS. Oh, I'm already in ECS when I'm doing this. What is this? Entity util. There. Build successful. Look at that. So the game should run. Let's take a look. Oh, Kenny Boy. Okay, got it. Yeah, welcome back. I think your name, yeah, it was Kenny Boy 89. Still unemployed and life is hard. What kind of job are you looking for? Oh, you know the real way to test this is to go restart the game server. We need to wait for it to crash on the overseer. There it goes. Alright, let's try it. So we go to attack someone else. And ideally none of the references would have been modified there. What's going on? Oh. There it goes. Hey, 9 bytes. Can I change your name on Botland, or can I play with this nick? So, I could change your name, but I'm probably going to wipe out the database in a couple of weeks anyway. You could also just register a new name. I don't mind if you have multiple accounts on Botland right now. Or just continue to use your old name for the next couple of weeks. Whatever you want. Yeah. I think this is working. So that wasn't too bad. Move all client-specific components. We are done with that now. So let's put this at the top of the list. Alright, what's next? Change this to use set. I guess so. Fine. Relocate client-specific components. So we don't want to check this in and we don't want to check this in. But everything else is fine. This was not that difficult to do. Just took some time. Okay. So if we search for .x equals, what do we get? It's position.x, scale. So position, scale. Does this really matter? I don't think this really matters. Yeah, I don't think this matters. I think this is like the most minor refactoring. Consider getting rid of util.exists. Yeah, I don't really like this function existing all over. And there's 800 matches. It would be easy enough to just blanket change them, but I don't think that's an impactful enough change to make right now. Database is trying to use username max length. Don't care. Export all of these to another file. Yes, this is the kind of change I wanted to make. So all the get base 64 stuff, what does it actually use? This. This is the only function this really needs. Get my color pair. This comes from the Redux store. Why do you want to get rid of it? It was just because this util.exist foo is the same as not is nil foo. So it technically saves me 3 characters when I want to do it, but also I'd rather rely on Lodash than my own module, which I might have to update. Lodash doesn't really do it better, I'd say. This was just a minor thing I wanted to standardize on what function I'm calling. Yes, what I'd like to do, so problem base 64 image functions are currently in main and have no reason to be there. Also, one of the things I want to take a look at, yeah, we have like 2,800 lines in here. If we just moved all of the get base 64 image data functions, so if I search for get base 64, space, yeah, so if I find all of these, then I do this, that didn't work, that, and that, I would move 130 lines out of that file, which would be great. And all of the comments, which I just left there. So I'd actually be moving like, how many lines do I have selected? 25. So I'd be moving about 150 lines out. So that's what I'd like to do. But I can't do that exactly because this needs... Actually, you know what? It was a good idea to put this in a new file. Let's get those back. So we search for this again. And then this, and we put this in a new file. And now we search for all of the this variables because we won't have this anymore. And we get, well, except for one, which did this and then had it on a new line. What was that? Oh, it's a comment. Okay, great. So here are the 7 things that we need in order for this to work. These 3 are functions, I believe. What is mixin for? Just copying over the properties. Get base 64. This is one of the other functions, so this doesn't really count, and this doesn't really count. Yeah. Not applicable. Oh, I see. Neat. Okay, so there's really only 4 properties here. We could do this a couple of different ways. So solution number 1 could be create a base 64 image generator that takes in the properties as arguments, and I guess also has a reference to get my color pair. I'm not sure what we're going to do about that. This just needs the store. So we could just pass in the Redux store. Yeah. Well, except for get color pair is probably used in other places, right? No, apparently not. Apparently this is using exactly those functions and that's it. So yeah, and then we have these functions get passed through setup Redux, I believe. Or setup React. Yeah, they do. And it's on the main instance right now. I'd love for these to just be completely static functions, and it would be possible to do that. We just make all of those functions take in the properties that are needed. So 1 is do this, and then 2 is set up React. Refer to main instance dot base 64 image generator dot function name. So that's solution number 1. Solution number 2 is create a static base64 image generator where each function takes in probably all of these. Could even be its own package. Yeah, it could be its own package. I don't think there's a reason to do that yet. I think I could just make a new class. The thing is, testing a class like this is, I guess it's not any easier than testing a class like this. Each function takes in all necessary parameters. And then in setup React, find the function using the necessary parameters from main. So if any of those change, there's going to be a problem. Well, it wouldn't need to be bound. So it's the difference between having functions like this. Isn't this used in the r.bot.land? No, it's not used over there. So for something like this, we would pass in sprite dictionary, pixie wrapper, and that way these things wouldn't need this variable. So this function gets very easily converted to this, but then the number of arguments increases. So likewise with this one, we have a bunch of thises here. Item template depot. Where else? Yeah, get base64. I guess this isn't too bad. I'm probably going to go for solution number 2. Base64 image cache. Where does that come from though? Yeah, this isn't too bad. Plus, I'd rather they just be static functions. Testing number 2 would be a lot easier. Yeah, I think in general, anything that doesn't have its own state is easier to test. Okay, so let's go make this. We'll save this here, base64 image generator. Base64 image, yeah, generator, fine. So class base64 image generator, constructor. It actually should never be constructed. Yeah, let's try something else. Static test console.log hello. So we'd include this from setup React. Import from, doesn't exist there though, it's up 1, up, no, it's just up 1. Okay, cool. So now if we want, on the news page we have on watch replay, we could just make this into this. We could say base64 image data.test. So all it's going to do is print hello when we try to watch a replay, but we'll know that it's working. Okay. So we try to watch a replay and it says hello. Cool. So let's fix this up to be the correct thing that we want here. So we're going to move all of those functions out of there. So get base64, get base64. Get my color pair should probably be there too. So all of these get removed and put over to here. They all become static functions. Alright, so sprite name, sprite sheet dictionary, pixie wrapper. This actually can't work this way. Get sprite clones the sprite, so we need to destroy the sprite when we're done with that. Yeah, wow. So if it exists, then destroy it. This is going to have to happen for probably everything. Yeah, and I kind of want to take these things in as params, not what I have here. Oh. Yeah, Hideo, no one else said anything about a loud noise. Don't I need Bluebird? Yeah, I just didn't include that yet. So it probably is just your sound card. Okay, same thing over here. So item ID is necessary. And then primary color. What do we set these to? Nothing. Yeah, so this is optional. And secondary color is also optional. So what are the this things we need from this function? This can just be... Can you use this in this way? Man, I never remember this. Let me try this out. Static test main.js class test static foo console.log foo this dot bar add new test t dot foo. T.foo is not a function. We don't make a new test. We just call it test.foo. Yeah, that does work. So you can do this for static functions. Okay. So those two are fine. So the only thing we need is the item template depot. And anything that the other functions need as well. What node version am I on? What do you mean? I'm on 6.5, 6.9.3? Oh, you're saying that instances will resolve to the static function in later versions of Node? Don't you fail fish me. Alright. Yeah, we gotta also destroy sprites correctly. So this should just pass in params. Oh, this is... Yeah, I gotta fix up all these functions. Oh, you fail fished yourself. Got it. So this takes in the spreadsheet dictionary. So we're gonna need that from here too. Despite that this is never used. And then we just pass params here, but we say params fully qualified. That's not even correct. It's just sprite name. And this is not a great idea. There are a lot of things I should fix about that. consider not altering the params passed in, but rather passing in object dot assigned params, or just the spread operator, the rest operator. Yeah, so instead of doing this, I would pass in sprite name, fully qualified name, and then dot 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 params. And that doesn't work. Why does that not work? It's probably some weird Babel problem. All right, let's just write this way for now. Okay, next up is this one. Sprite name. All right, what this things do we have? This is not gonna work. Base 64 image cache. Yep. How do you see a build failed? Because the console is underneath Sublime, right? Yeah, the secret is that there's a notification that shows right there. So you guys are just never aware. This is where I think just keeping track of the state is probably better, because the image cache is going to be needed by all the rest of these functions. But whatever, we can do things this way. And we could pass in the Redux store here as well. Yeah, I think this is the kind of thing I'm gonna have to finish after lunch. But these are the kinds of changes that are really good because they get rid of so many lines of code from main. And if I just keep doing this, eventually we'll have reasonable files. So yeah, I'll go take my lunch break. When I get back, we'll finish up some refactoring. And like I said, tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. I think instead I'll try to work on this stuff offline. Still been dropping a ton of frames. All right. Man, memory usage is actually pretty high. Node. Okay. Well, thank you guys for watching so far. I'm still gonna stream after I get back from lunch. It's 12:43 for me right now. I'll take about 35 minutes for my lunch break, so I'll be back about 1:20, probably about 1:20. And then I'll be streaming for another 3.5 hours today. So the stream's not over, just the morning portion is over. Also, hi Mario. Is that even a thing in English? Fold my laundry? Yeah, it is. What just happened with that command? Here it is. So we'll set this to 40 minutes. All right. Yeah, I will see you guys after my lunch break. Thank you for watching so far. Take care. Alright, hey everyone. Trying to. There we go. Just want to turn that stuff off. Hey, Electric Tatsu. I mean, you were here back before lunch. I haven't seen you in a long time. Isn't it an old thing? Hey, Spirit Man. Alright, let me plug this in and then go grab my hoodie. Because I'm always freezing after lunchtime. Okay. B2W, back to work. So we were converting all of these functions. I think I want to take in the Redux store for this. Or get my color pair. I want this to be gone from here. So all of these functions need to be made static. There. So get my color pair will be changed to get color pair from Redux. Okay, we're going to need the color pair class, really anything that we make new here, Pixie for example. Okay. So that's going to be needed down here too. Base 64 image cache. This Pixie wrapper. See, had I just made this a class that got constructed once, this probably would have been a lot easier. But oh well. So we're de-thising this class. So we're going to need a lot of the same parameters here. And cosmetics loadout. Item template depots needed here. There. So cosmetics loadout is read only. Does this build? It does build. Okay. So now we need to change every single calling function. There's going to be more to it than that. There's assigned a value but never used. But it is needed. It needs to be passed on. This is assigned a value but is never used. Primary and secondary. Yeah, they can be passed in. Util is not defined. Util I'm only using for exists, right? Yeah, let's just convert all the util.exists to is nil and then reverse all of them. Oh, actually, that's going to be harder to do than just that, huh? Okay, no, we can't do it that way. We need to do it this way. We need to replace all the not util.exists with is nil. So that's fair to do. But then the other util.exists, now we can replace with not is nil. There we go. Okay, let's try that. Pixie is assigned a value but never used. Cool. Base 64 image generator is defined but never used. Well, it will be soon enough. Cosmetics loadout is not defined. And what else? Yeah, I think that's it. Cool. Yeah, that's everything. Now it's just a matter of calling these functions correctly. And all of them are going to have to change. So anywhere that we see base 64 in here, how many are there? 12 matches. So that's actually a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of these need to change, I think. So right now on the news page, there's one of them. And on the login page, we have one of them. So let's start with the login page. Login page apparently doesn't even need it. Oh, because this is called from main as well. Oh, God. Okay, we only have 3 instances here. So, yeah, let's get to work. Get base 64 image data. The call into this function is going to just be massive. I can't say I like this. Something we could do is wrap all of these functions so that they pass in the correct parameters. Hey, Restaurata. They changed again the URL to see programming channels. Yeah, I think they just did away with the hashtags, which means I should just remove them from my title at this point, huh? I'll just update it, see what happens. So this takes in the dictionary, the pixie wrapper, and the sprite name. So this isn't too bad. We would change this to this, and then pass in parameters here. Don't exactly like this. And then this is login / stripe. Oh, nice sound of gaming. There you go. And how am I doing? I'm doing okay. I am a little bit worried. I think there are a lot of different aspects of Botland that need to be cleaned up that I'm just not doing quickly enough. So I am worried about that. And it's not just a time thing, although I am mostly worried from a time perspective. It's also, what if I don't design it right the first time and I end up needing to redesign it? Oh, yeah, the Amazon one, right? Base 64 image generator. This is just /. Build successful. Okay. So now there's one more thing that needs to be changed here. And that's this. Get base 64 image data. This takes in like 1 million parameters. Yeah. This is what I don't necessarily like. So we're going to have to say params equals all of these. So Redux store, this dot sprite sheet dictionary, C wrapper. Random cosmetics loadout. There. Time to switch. Okay, so do bots render? No, they don't. Now read property bind of undefined. Oh yeah, that's right. So I guess I need to change this too. And this is where binding these things is, yeah, well, I can make wrapper functions in main. Just don't like having to do this. See, this is one of the things I find frustrating. My goal here was to remove like 150 lines of code from main. So I moved these functions out of there. But by making them static, I need to pass in all of my context every time. So I either make a function that wraps them that passes in this context, and the savings isn't so much, or I just call them this way, and then it's really tedious every time. And this is why I think if I was using state in one spot, I should just use it everywhere, but whatever. It's going to be seen more in this setup React. We have get base64 image data. So I guess I close out of these things. Yeah, and it takes in all of that. And this function is passed in a lot of places. So we can say function get base64 image data. And what does this even take in at this point? Yeah, so cosmetics loadout. I don't like this. I don't like it. This would be return this. Then I pass in all of this stuff. Redux stores instead of React. So I need to bind it there. Ooh, I don't like it. Oh man, yeah. These aren't so bad. Do JS frameworks you're using no dependency injection or inversion of control? I'm not sure. I haven't looked into them, and I haven't needed to inject my own dependencies into them. So this is what this function would look like, and then all of these would change to something like this. This dot bind main instance in Redux store. So now all of these lines can change. There. And that leaves us with one more main instance. And that's this one. So we pass in all these same parameters, item ID as well. What am I gaining by doing this? Banana, can't you specify how many of these things you want? So if I say something like, I want to match high exactly once, now I search for high. Yeah, they're individual matches. But if I say I want to match it exactly twice, so what you would do is you'd say something like back tick 1 foo, back tick 1. It says meaningless quantifier. Okay, apparently I don't know. I guess you want a space around that, right? So you could do /b. That doesn't work. Just ask white space. Yeah, there we go. But then what? Ooh. It's something along these lines. You want some boundary character. I'm just not sure what it is. And hey again, Electric Tatsu. I was saying I haven't seen you in a while. What's up? So, the problem with making these static functions is that calling them becomes obnoxious. I have to pass in an extra 4 variables through params. So I could solve this by making a wrapper function somewhere. Then I need to figure out where it would go. So the solution number 1. Solution number 2. Just have the get base64 functions take in main instance and Redux store. Solution number 3, reject static functions and just make base64 image generator contain state. Thanks, Electric Tatsu. I think solution number 3 could be decent. The problem is if any of those state changes in there, which it probably wouldn't, but if it ever did, I need to update that too. Like that magic paste and clone type action you did earlier. Yeah, I think a lot of what you see is probably just me using multiple cursors. So to me, it doesn't seem like magic. Yeah, I don't think this is a good idea. This violates encapsulation. This isn't such a bad thing, but it would need to be accessible by the main instance. I mean, aren't I already kind of violating this by having to pass this all over the place? Yeah, or just keep calling these functions the way I'm calling them. So I do the same thing here from item ID. And then do whatever this used to say. I don't know. It seems silly. And then this is going to return almost the same things that we had here. So item template depot, which we have, and then the item ID. Okay, let's try this. Something's probably going to break. Get is not a function. Oh. This changes into base 64 image generator. There we go. Does a reducer contain so much information that you need to do a base 64 representation? No, the Redux store just contains your primary color and your secondary color. That's it. Alright, so yeah, everything in the game looks like it's working. Yeah, we could change it so that you don't need to pass in the Redux store. Because yeah, the only reason that's needed is so that we can get your colors. It's only needed as a fallback actually if you don't pass in colors. And that's the only questionable part really. So there's get color pair from Redux. This is done in 2 different functions if you didn't pass in a color. This is only needed when you didn't already specify a color pair. Hey, Cottrell. Because of this, I need to pass in the entire Redux store. So what are the functions that need this? There's get from sprite name and get from, just get base 64 image data. So there. Excuse me. Man, I can already see it happen if I switch the Ergodox. One day I'm going to try to mute my mic and I'll press the wrong keys. And I won't mute it, I'll just like sneeze directly into the microphone. You'll all get sick. So without colors, this is pretty straightforward. So we just need to pass in those default colors. Is that a good idea? This doesn't even need them. Get from sprite name is only used in get from item ID. Another happy regex customer. Hey again, Blueberry King. Oh, why is take syntax highlighted? Is it syntax highlighted? It might be for something else here. How do you maintain this without unit tests? Looks very complex. So I have some unit tests, and hey, Divine Dawn, but I don't have them for this particular thing. And this is only attempting to get base 64 image data. Like, the kind of thing that you'd see go wrong here is that this would just be blank. So you'd see a missing image. So in the end, it's not like a terrible bug or something, but it's also a very obvious bug. So if you ever go to a page and you're like, hey, there's no bot, then that means one of these functions failed. As in the file with the different solutions. Oh, that's just because I wasn't really, yeah, I see what you're talking about. It thinks that I'm making a function called takes. So any word would have caused that to be highlighted. Because this is plain text, but it's being highlighted as though it's JavaScript. So if I just made it highlighted as plain text, it'd be fine. And so we could just kind of leave things as is for now. I don't like this. I just don't like this. And in the end, we got rid of a bunch of lines of code from main. We removed 172 and added 23 of them back in. So it's really 149 were removed. And that's a good savings. There's a little of this I don't like though. Alright, well it's not that bad. Hey Snake. Working with the database, I was wondering if I should pass database variable through every single parameter of every function or just use global DB. So whenever you hear global, you should try to think, how can I do this without making something global? So with your database, for example, like my server, I need this database wrapper for almost everything. So it's there, it's there, it's there. There's 74 matches in this file. So what I did is I just put it into the class itself. So everything that needs access to it just accesses it through here. So perhaps you can do something like that too. You could just pass it to every function you need. You could wrap it in something that encapsulates the state. And hey again, J. Louise. I don't know about this. I just don't know. I gotta comment a couple of things if I'm going to keep it this way. This entire class exists to wrap Pixie's base 64 related functions. Each function is static. The parameters that are taken in, I need to indicate that. So there are two things left to do. One we can just do really easily, so let's not even write it down. Static function in base 64 image generator, so that we don't have to keep fumbling around with parameters. Okay, so the only other thing we need to do now is document all of the params needed by each function. I don't like that. I'd like the code to do that. The problem is that for the code to do this, so for example, these parameters are all that's needed by this function. So that's fine. But then these parameters, it looks like, oh, I only need item template depot and item ID. But you don't, because then the params get passed into this function, and this function requires all this extra stuff. So maybe I should just assert that some of these things exist. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Pixie wrapper. Why is lull getting tagged as a spam message or something? And yeah, Aztec Knight. I did get one as of September 27th. So we can just add asserts here. Item ID is just a number, I believe. What about these? So sprite name is a string. Redux store. Okay. And the same general thing here. I think this is bad. Yeah, I think I've just done this poorly. What does assert do? Assert is a function that typically looks like this in most languages. If not condition, throw new error. That's it. This is your simplest assert. So what I'm saying is I'm saying something like, hey, assert that your name is a string. So if you pass in undefined or a number or something like that, it's going to say name is not a string and just pretty much crash your program right there. Because they're static and take objects of parameters, it's not immediately apparent when looking at any individual function the full breadth of parameters needed without tracing the functions that will be called. Alright, well, the game is working. I did move a lot of code out of this file, and it's where it belongs. It's just, it's not formatted the best, I feel. But yeah, it looks like everything's fine. Yeah. That didn't work. That one's broken. Huh, where's this call coming from? Where did this get generated from? Load from image source. But it should have been passed in such a way that this is... Oh, I see. Hardware images don't work. Yeah, this is the problem. Sprite sheet dictionary, pixie wrapper, sprite name. Yeah. They're showing up now. This should probably be changed. Qualified. Base 64 string. So I could change the logic here to be this instead. If it's hardware... Oh, they're actually two different functions. Okay, never mind. Also, this isn't needed. I don't like this. factor base 64 related functions. Camcorder says, what is botland? Man, what is that pounding outside? I think someone's doing maintenance. So Botland's an online strategy game, and that video talks about what it is, and I think you should probably check out the FAQ in general. So what's the game all about? What is that keyboard? Why are you using it? So yeah, you can play the game right now if you want to. I don't know how many people have been playing today. Surprisingly, there are still people playing. I'm surprised because like I'm not really making good changes over the last couple of days of the game. These used to exist in main.js. I moved them as static functions to this. I'm not too happy with how the functions have to be called, but it does isolate base64 code in its own file, at least. Yes, we can check that in. All right. Okay, so destroy sprites correctly. That's actually something I forgot to look into here. So I'm just going to cancel. So this one is being destroyed correctly. I bet most of these other ones are probably not. In fact, where does this happen? We say get sprite. If we do this anywhere else, it's going to be a problem. Okay, technically we don't. So how does this actually get the image? There's one. And then there's from sprite name. This calls get colorized sprite. That once we generated the data. Yeah. All right, see you, Endurin. Yeah, the next stream, like I said, will probably be on Friday. Yeah, I want a way to just destroy what comes out of this thing. Maybe a colorized sprite should just be its own special object. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just letting you know. So I could just make a class called colorized sprite. Are your keyboard keys mostly blank? Yeah, but that's only a result of them like rubbing off at some point. Yeah, there are a few keys that actually still have their keys on them. I can kind of show you if I put this up to the keyboard camera, but there's dust on the keyboard and that's not showing right now. So I'd rather just, yeah. So you don't buy the keyboard like this. You just sweat through your fingers. Alright, so class colorized sprite. I think the way this is going to work is we take in the colorized container. And we have a destroy function that says this dot colorized container. We do something like this. Null and dot destroy. And the keyboard camera is better, but I purposely didn't use that so that if I ever change the lights, so if you guys ever set it to like, I don't know, blue and max brightness. So I wanted the face cam to be modified more so that you'd get a better effect from you changing the lights. Because the keyboard camera does pretty good white balancing. Alright, so main is over here. We have a destroy function that's this. This is all this would do. and that's it. Yeah, I changed the size of it a bit. The Kappa Claus is just sitting somewhere else on my desk right now. I could try to put this back here. It won't totally be visible. Yeah, Wraithy, Twitch hoodie. Yeah, this is probably worth testing out at least. Let's go try it. See what it would look like. This is just colorized sprite. So then sprite sheet dictionary. This is gonna break a lot of things. When we say get colorized sprite, oh man. Let me think about this. We call this here. What is this? This is really just a single sprite. So this is not a container. This is... So there is no children of this. Okay. Due to how I colorize sprites by using a render texture. Color sprites via generate texture. You know, this is actually really totally unnecessary now that I think about it. We already have a shader on every single bot. Oh no, it's necessary. Never mind. Okay, I take that back. Alright, because I color sprites via generate texture. Wait, this isn't even true though. Oh man. This is just obnoxious. Hey Taco. I also like ice cream. So wait, two colorized sprites that have been cloned from one another. You can't just have their base texture destroyed. Can it? That wouldn't make any sense. Let me look at this, if this is even still running. Okay, it is still running. It's a bit broken. It shouldn't be broken though. Yeah, something's weird. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, it's still happening. Has loaded of null. Oh, that's not good. This means I'm destroying something that I shouldn't be. jQuery. I don't want this thing here. Hey, Ramy. It's coming from the cached sprite. So the yeah, this isn't good. This definitely isn't good. And I didn't just change this, right? No, I didn't. Uh-oh. What, Ramy? Also, that today text is technically incorrect. You seem to be tinier than usual. I was sitting back, but also I zoomed out the cameras a bit. There's a big problem here. We could try not destroying this, but we shouldn't have had to worry about that. Yeah, that fixes things. Then there's a memory leak. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, this is the problem. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to test this. I know what's going on. Because I'm deleting the texture that's later used in the cache, this isn't going to work. I can't think of how this will work. I need to keep track of every texture that I'm using. Yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. Okay, so huge problem. I can't just destroy a colorized sprite container because its texture could be used by another sprite with the same colors, since it can be loaded from the cache. Oh man, how would I fix this? I can't just destroy the texture when it's removed from the cache, because it may still be in use. Say hi and type hi at the same time. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, hi. There. But there's an easier way to check your latency to me. You can just click the gear and then click show stats, and you should see latency to broadcaster. Well, add a reference counter. I could do something like that, but like, what's the point of using a library if I've got to do all this myself? Every once in a while, I'll have like 7 seconds to a streamer, and it feels like they're talking directly to me. Okay. Well, how do I fix this? So yeah, solution number 1: keep track of all references myself. If there would only be one instance of the texture in cache. What is this? Oh yeah, it's not part of Better Twitch TV. You know where like theater mode is? It's where that is. Banana. If there would only be one instance of the texture in cache. So yeah, there's only one instance of any of these textures, and then it's shared, but it needs to be cleaned up at some point. So, succinct summary: there's one instance of each texture that needs to be cleaned up when there are no more sprites using the texture. I wonder if this is something that's been updated in Pixie and they've got some code around handling this. What have their changes been? Where's their change log? Releases. Okay, so I'm on like 4.3.2, am I not? Which means they've gone up several versions since then. Oh, cool. That is cool, Wraithy. And hey, Anonymous. So yeah, 4.3.2. So what's changed since then? Let's start 4.3.3. These aren't super important changes. What about this one? This seems like a pretty big change set. Huh. Fixes sprite renderer for multiple WebGL renders. I don't actually use multiple. Hey, why not? What's a texture in your case exactly? A colored sprite? So in this particular case, yeah, it's a rendered texture that only exists in memory that represents a colored like headpiece or a torso piece or something like that. Yeah, this stuff doesn't really seem to matter too much either. That doesn't matter. Yeah, none of these changes really fix anything super important. So example code, I guess would be this, something like colorize sprites, add cache.save C, save another 500 sprites so that C gets destroyed, camera.render C. The saved. This should still work. Okay, other things I gotta do here. Fix my notes where I talked about how Pixie memory leaks work. Hey, Tran. There's a huge amount of power and memory allocation and usage. I think focusing on all of them, I'm not sure. I think it depends on what you want to do exactly. There are definitely some realms where you're going to end up coding in C and C++, but you're going to need to follow whatever paradigms the team uses. So if they use something like shared pointers or auto pointers or something like that in C++, then you just end up using that. You're not really managing memory yourself. Man, these are some really core changes. Imagine something like a texture cache that is a factory class and is the only way to create or provide textures. And yeah, I know I'm dropping frames. It's been happening the last couple of days. Yeah, best alloys. I can picture that. It's just frustrating that I'd have to do that. And anytime I go to destroy a sprite, it would need to go update that class, which is also going to be really, really tough to do. Like, yeah, this is... Anytime an entity gets destroyed, and we destroy its sprite component, we need to alert this factory somehow that the sprite got destroyed. Oh man, we probably would have to inject a callback into the sprite component itself so that it can be destroyed from anywhere. I guess that's not so bad. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to keep streaming today. Normally, I'd like to just tackle these problems, but I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. And I'm probably going to need to just take some time. I think tomorrow I got to work on this offline. And I just got to try to figure out what it is I'm doing here. Because there are too many issues right now, and it's too hard to make progress. And I mean, you can look at the to-do list size here. There's a million things that have to be done. Let me think about this. Yeah, I don't want this colorized sprite. Yeah, sorry. I just think I've been doing, like I said, too much lately. I think Monday was killer. So yeah, I'm gonna head out. I'll probably see you guys on Friday, and hopefully the code base is in a better state by then. To do one this round, it did, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'll catch you guys later. I'll shut down. Actually, I'll shut down Botland probably much later. So if you guys still want to play, you can. But yeah, my bot will be offline, and I'll be offline. Yeah, don't burn out. Well, anyway, thank you guys for understanding. And take care. I'll see you guys later.